How's it going, everybody? Damn, my guy in Halo 2 looks sick. Jeez. Yup, it's got the controller on the back. Did they get rid of the pizza one? Bruh, I think they did. Huh. Yeah, maybe it was for a different Halo. I thought there was a pizza one, though. Weird. Maybe it's for a different gun, I don't know. No clue.
I can't afford this shit!
That one kind of looks cool. Go with the skull, why not? Actually, I'm kind of already not liking the skull. Alright, I need a different one. I don't know. I kind of like that one the best. It's very simple. Put an Xbox controller on there. Hell yeah, dude. Alright, that's good enough. I don't really want to do full-blown customization. Oh, what happened to my, the flaming head? Oh, well. It's too much effort, man. Too much effort. Still haven't gotten an updated Halo. I don't really think they need to, I don't really think they need to update it necessarily. It'd be nice if they would re-release it on other platforms. So then, you know, the multiplayer could be alive and well again. You know, that would be nice, but I don't know. Alright, so I completed that one. Don't think I've done that one at all. Let's grab some of these. Okay, that one's done. This one's done. That one's not even close. This one's done. This one's done. And that one's done. So I'll do those. Alright, there we go. Dump all those points. Oh, big news, guys. Pokemon Pop-Tarts are back in stock. You know they're reselling for 30 bucks a box, right? Fucking insane. Pop-Tarts, dude. They're also the two. Pride Month is almost here. Griffin is now gay. Well, why would I be gay if it's not Pride Month yet? Duh. Yeah, go scalp your local Pop-Tarts. No, PSA is not grading the fucking Pop-Tarts. They technically could, because they grade Funko Pop, so you could just put them in the Funko Pop slab or whatever.
I can't afford this
10 more
shit.
code, the 279. Pop-Tarts are horrible. I agree. I've never been a fan of Pop-Tarts. The only Pop-Tarts I could stand were the unfrosted strawberries, or I didn't mind the s'mores ones that much, but I didn't really like them either. How's it going, I'm Key? I saw your video on Wolfenstein a while back in my sub feed. It was pretty good.
I can't afford this shit!
And 88 Cragger with the 2. Pop-Tarts are too sweet. Like most stuff, yeah. People are addicted to sugar, man. They are absolutely addicted to sugar. The crazy thing is, and like, you know, once you stop eating sugar for like a month even, you start to feel like repulsed by it. Like I could probably never drink another like regular soda in my life. I don't know, man. It's just like once you stop like being just inundated with it, you start to just get grossed out by like how fucking sweet everything is nowadays. Pop-Tarts have a gross kick to them that's similar to children's tooth. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like that fake fruity flavor. I know what you mean. Yeah, it's gross. I've never really liked Pop-Tarts, to be honest. So. I don't like fruit flavored stuff in general. Like, I'd rather just eat fruit. Yeah, dude, they just put a bunch of sugar in our bread, too. Yup. Sugar in the bread, everything. Like, anything that has any sort of processing done to it. Typically, there's a lot of sugar added. Yeah, I wish we could actually get, you know, some decent food standards, but good luck with that. I'm sure it'll be, you know, it's like the quartering, bro. Remember when the quartering was bitching about California banning Red 40? He's like, they're gonna ruin my Skittles. It's like, oh my god, dude. You know, here's a rare California W. They're actually doing something good. And, you know, Quarter Pounder is the first one to say, help! My Skittles are under attack by the woke left! It's like, bro, really? Really? We can't prevent cancer because your fucking Skittles won't be bright red anymore? Good lord. That's crazy, man. You know, let's poison children so that we can, you know, make sure our candy looks extra appetizing. And yeah, that's the ironic part, too, is quartering, like, when the Skittles did that colorless packaging, remember? For Pride Month, they're like, the only rainbow that matters during this month is gay pride. So they made the fucking white Skittles. And Quarter Pounder made a video bitching about that, dude. So he must really be a child. You know, unless his food is bright and colorful, he doesn't want to eat it. He's like, no, it doesn't look pretty enough to put in my mouth. You love those Skittles? It's like a mystery pack, right? There you go. But yeah, priorities, man. We gotta save the Skittles from the woke left. Even though just a year or so earlier, the Skittles were the woke left. And then Quartering tried to grift on that whole Make America Healthy thing. And it's like, bro, you literally complained that they were banning Red 40, and now you're like an RFK
right, awesome.
fan?
Thanks,
like,
all
what
right.
the fuck is your ass doing? So... Quarter Pounder with cheese, lots of cheese. But can we all agree the worst flavor of Skittle is the, well, actually, no, never mind, because they changed the green to green apple, and that's now the worst. The worst was the purple grape one, but ever since they swapped green with green apple, I think that's probably the worst. They swapped it from lime to green apple, which is like, ugh. To me, anything green apple flavored tastes like vomit because of the acid they use to try and emulate the taste of an apple. So, I don't know. I've never liked anything green apple. No, all the colors don't taste the same. They're individually flavored. That's M&M's. M&M's are the ones that are all the same. Do you like orange candy, like the president? No, I don't like orange. I don't really like candy, to be honest. I like chocolate, but it has to be good chocolate. M&M's and Hershey's, I don't like. High Chews? I don't think I've ever had those. Daryl's on at the 5. I heard you talked bad about my Mia K last night. What has she done to you? Unfortunately, I've had to see her in real life, which is too great an offense to forgive. Why badmouth her? No pun intended. What pun would be intended? I don't even know what you mean by no pun intended. The only thing about her mouth I can think of is, you know, no gag reflex, but that's about it. I never really liked Twix that much. They're okay, but... Sell those hoodies? What hoodies? Butterfingers? Not really, no. Oh, wait. Huh? No, I don't think I do. I don't really remember him that much. Do you like Snickers? No, I don't really. The only, like, candy bar I actually really ever liked a lot was Milky Way, which even now I don't like them. So... I tried to, like, a small one a few years back, and they don't taste as good anymore. Yeah, really the only desserts I like are ice cream, I like cheesecake, and I'm trying to think what else.
5 minutes remaining.
I don't know, honestly. I guess, like, maybe... Yeah, I love cheesecake, bro. You used to love Milky Way too? Yeah, Milky Ways are always my favorite to get while trick-or-treating. But, I don't know. I've tried one like probably 5 or so years back. Was not really a fan. Oh yeah, Dutch apple pie is good. Apple pie is good. I like that, I guess like apple cobbler as well is decent. It just depends. With that, it really, really depends on how like actually fruity it is versus just sugar dumped in it. So, it depends. But I'm not really a cake or cookie guy. Cake is just kind of a waste in my opinion. See, I only like Krispy Kreme donuts and only the original glazed ones. I don't like any of the icing ones. Griffin has lost his foot to diabetes. That's right. How did you know? Griffin likes eating Doritos and drinking Mountain Dew along with cheese pizza. Whoa. Hey, I don't consume any cheese pizza. Thank you very much. I haven't had pizza in forever, man. I love pizza. A good pizza is hard to beat, honestly. That's like, you know, one of those just top tier foods. Order some? Nah. I don't really think I have any good pizza places near me that I know of, so. And the ones that I do have, like, I've looked at them before on Uber, and they're like $30-something for a large pizza. It's like, fuck that, bro. I'm not paying that much for fucking pizza. Shit's ridiculous. Do I know what squat cobbler is? Is that shit where the woman, like, sits in the cobbler and the guy licks it off her ass? Because I know, like, there's other videos like that, but... like, cake farts. You would eat that? Well... better you than me. Self-felt? Dude, that's not a self-felt. Like, you haven't seen those videos before? I've seen a lot of crazy shit over the years on the internet, man. You know, there's a lot of wild videos out there that used to just pass around, like, even on normie YouTube. So, cake farts used to be on YouTube, I think. Ricardo Cumsogs with the 2 fridge cold Snickers. Holy smokes, top tier. Yeah, I like the little Reese's eggs. And I don't know if maybe they probably still make them, but like the Easter eggs, if you freeze those, that's like the best way to eat Reese's. You throw them in the freezer and then you basically just eat them when they're like rock hard, and they just taste so much better. For whatever reason, the Reese's eggs just taste way better frozen.
10 seconds remaining. Game over.
Griffin carb maxing? That's right, man. Absolutely. Dude, I wish. I love, like, rice and noodles and bread and all that type of stuff. See, I'd rather eat that than like dessert, you know? Like, give me some, you know, tasty bread instead of a piece of cake. You know, like the, whatever they're called, the rolls at Texas Roadhouse with, like, the cinnamon honey butter. Bro, those are primo. A frozen Swiss? I haven't tried it with the Swiss rolls. Dude, I used to love Swiss rolls. Those are actually pretty good. I do like those. I haven't had one of those in probably like a decade. Shit. Probably since like, yeah, like high school probably. You eat those every day? What, the Texas Roadhouse rolls or the Swiss rolls? I haven't had a Swiss roll in probably close to a decade. I used to get them when I went to the gas station with my friends and shit in high school. So they would have like the little Debbies on like the fucking end cap by the checkout. So that's the last time I've had Swiss rolls.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Cinnabons? Not really. Cinnamon rolls are a little... Like, I would rather eat the cinnamon roll with no icing, to be honest. Like, I would rather have a cinnamon roll with no icing. I'm not really an icing guy. It's the reason why I don't like cake. Or especially cupcakes. I will not be EDP maxing. Wing kick with the 2. Yeah, we can probably check that out. And then Ricardo Cumsucks with the 5. Back in my day, we had from freezer Charleston chews. Shit would rip your teeth out, but it was good. Strawberry Charleston chew from the freeze. I've heard of those, but I don't think I've ever had one. I've heard that name many times, but I don't think I've ever had one myself. Have you ever tried one of those Carvel ice cream? No, I've never had one of those, but I've had the Cold Stone ice cream cake before. But no, I'm not really a big cake person, so I've never really eaten much cake. Apple fritters? Yeah, those are pretty good. There's a combo you should try. Taiwanese sun cake with Nutella on top. Also, rice and egg is great. Try it with chili oil. Oh yeah, well I mean rice and egg, I think everybody said. That's just fried rice pretty much. But yeah, I've done like the whole, you know, white rice, crack the egg on top, whip it up, drizzle the soy sauce, or yeah, the chili oil or whatever. But yeah, I've done that before.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Griffin makes ramen with an egg on it. Yeah, that's the only way to do it. You have to crack the egg in there. Doesn't taste as good otherwise. I made you have to order a pizza? No one made you do anything, bro. You wanted the pizza. Real talk. But yeah, I've never had Nutella.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
To this day, I've never tasted it. Like, the Nutella trend was really getting popular when I was in high school, so, like, all things that white women glaze the fuck out of, it made me hate it, so I've never tried it. Like, all the shit that white bitches obsess over, like the Stanley Cup, the fucking, you know, Starbucks, like, all that crap, man. It's just like, yeah, no, I will never consume it. Alright, so I have had boba before because they included it one time on accident with my Uber order, so I was like, whatever, I'll drink it. It was okay. I don't know. I don't think I'd ever order it, but I don't think I would ever, like, go out of my way to get it. It wasn't bad. It just tasted like tea and milk. And then the, like, little bubble things were kind of, whatever. Now you're gonna become a white woman? That's right, dude. But yeah, the pho restaurant that I ordered from, they, I guess, included... Either they gave it to me for free, or they gave me someone else's drink in my bag. I don't fucking know how it worked, but... Yeah, I had the boba tea, or whatever the fuck. I've had it once. It's fine. I don't know. I don't really think it's that egregious. Now, the hype behind it is pretty gay, but, you know. Oh, I like matcha, so I love green tea, man. Green tea is elite. So, I already like matcha.
Double kill.
Black Rifle coffee, hell yeah, dude. He is Boba Maxed right now, exactly, man. Udon noodles? Yeah, they're so puffy. The udon noodles do have a cool, like, kind of consistency to them. They're so thick, too. And let's see, Oscar will ask you the 5. It's a little daunting to hear you like Swiss rolls. Well, I used to. I don't know. I haven't had one in forever. I've always thought you hated sugary sweets, with a few exceptions, of course. Yeah, that and I used to get this thing as a kid called pinwheel cookies. I don't know if they still make them, but it's like a little chocolate cookie with a marshmallow on top, and then it's like covered in a chocolate shell. Those are good too. But yeah, I'm not really a big sweets person. There's only like a few things I liked. Have you had horchata? No, I have no idea what that is. And Ricardo Cumsucks with the 5. The secret to life, it's at the bottom of Fudgy the Whale. What is that? That cookie crumble shizon. The bottom is not. Wait, what is hold on. Let me look this up. Fudgy the Whale. Never heard of it. Fudgy the way. Oh, an ice cream cake. Okay. Yeah, I've never had that before. Famous for its layers of vanilla and chocolate ice cream, chocolate crunchies, and fudge, traditionally associated with Father's Day for the slogan, "For a whale of a dad." Interesting. Yeah, I've never had that before. It's wicked good. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's probably pretty good. I mean, I love ice cream, so... You know, ice cream, if it's primarily that, it's hard to go wrong. Too bad Griffin is gay, confirmed, since he doesn't like cake. Well, isn't that all gay men like, his ass? So I don't know how that would track. It's a rice, milk, and cinnamon train. Yeah, I've never heard of that. But yeah, I do like matcha. It's pretty good. But I love green tea, so... I've had green tea ice cream before. That's actually pretty solid. Green tea ice cream? Yeah, it's just instead of putting like vanilla in there, you put the matcha powder, I'm pretty sure. Matcha is what performative guys drink and have a labubu. Well, I don't have a labubu, nor do I plan on ever getting one, and I don't know, I had matcha like the first time, like, shit, 15 years ago? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really think it's performative. I haven't had matcha in probably like 5+ years. But I do like it. I had it way back in the day. The sushi restaurant I used to go to with my parents all the time.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
They would make it there. So that's when I first had it. Because I would always order green tea at the restaurant, and they asked, like, oh, do you want to try this? It's basically just green tea, but, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like, I think with what, like almond milk or something? I don't fucking know. But, yeah, basically they just asked if I wanted to try it. And, yeah, it was good, so. But, yeah, that's the restaurant. I had shark fin soup and a bunch of other, you know, exotic Asian dishes at. And the live octopus. Ricardo Cumsox with the 5. I made Kenji Alt Lopez's 6-hour red sauce. It's crazy good, much better than Rao's. Oh yeah, Rao's is kind of, it's okay. You finish it off with a splash of red boat fish sauce. Interesting. Yeah, Rouse is okay. It's okay. I always have to doctor it up whenever I make, like, spaghetti or anything like that. I always have to, like, add seasoning or, you know, extra stuff to the sauces. Just to, you know, liven it up a little bit. Well, shark fin soup is not supposed to taste good. It's like a good luck thing. You eat it for, basically, the good fortune that it brings. It's like an old Chinese tradition type thing. It's not, like, supposed to be like, it's the best soup you've ever had. More basil? Yep. I almost always add more garlic, too. I like garlic a lot. And then also I like to add a sprinkle of the red chili flakes in there, too. Because I kind of like my tomato sauce to have a little bit of a kick. So, I'll put like a pinch or two of the red chili flakes and just kind of let it simmer and, you know, dissolve the flavor into the sauce. Isn't it illegal? I have no clue if it is or not. I don't really care. See, that's why you date an Asian chick, since you like that kind of food. Would Uncle H ever forgive me? I don't think so. I can't let him down. Venison? Yeah, dude, I love venison, but I don't hunt, so unfortunate. It's almost impossible to find, especially in my area. If you live in a more rural area, you can find it, but not where I live. Ricardo Cumsocks with a 5. I get a lot of my spices
awesome. Thanks,
from,
nigga. All right.
what is that? Penzies? They are turbo leftists, and I hate to support them, but their spices are too fresh. I cannot help it. Well, you know, that's one of those cases where the product is so good that, you know, unfortunately, you have to support a bad company. But, yeah. Life is too short to worry about that type of stuff to any real degree, so enjoy your spices. That's more important. What's the monk coffee? It's called Mystic Monk. Mystic Monk coffee. Same, but for video game. Yeah, that's the brutal truth, isn't it? Although, nowadays, video games aren't so good that you have to buy them. It's pretty easy to pass. You only buy coffee with the gun on the packaging? I only buy coffee brand coffee, dude. That way I don't get confused on what it's actually, you know, what it actually is. Coffee brand coffee, dude. It's so good that the owner doesn't even drink it. Wowie zowie. What a great marketing ploy, man. You know, Jeremy wants to sell his coffee, but doesn't even drink it on the air. He drinks energy drinks instead. It's like, okay, well. Yeah, man, unless I hear about it on Joe Rogan, I'm not buying that shit. He's the only guy I can trust. Make sure to go read the Book of Enoch, guys. It's fucking crazy, man. No, Quartering did not lose the Coffee Brand Coffee trademark. It was for an old logo that he doesn't use. So if you actually looked at the filing, it was just for that particular logo. And he doesn't use that logo, so that's all it was. He was letting a trademark for a logo he doesn't use expire. Yeah, I can't imagine Coffee Brand Coffee is going to be doing too hot right now, but I don't know, maybe the boom booms that order it just have it on auto renew or whatever the fuck. Why would it be doing worse? Well, because, you know, if he angers his terminally online viewers, who are the only people realistically who are going to buy that shit, then, you know, he might take a hit. Like, let's be honest, bro. Boomer McBoomerson is not going to go on coffeebrandcoffee.com and order, you know, $12 6-ounce bags of coffee. The only people who are going to do that are, like, the Quartering's mega fans. And those are the people who are, like, balls deep in internet drama. So... Boomer McBoomerson mentioned? Indeed, man. Yeah, I ordered my parents a 5 for Christmas. I got them a 5-pound bag of the espresso beans from that Monk company. And they liked that a lot, so apparently it's good. I don't know anything about coffee, to be honest, because I don't drink it, so your guess is as good as mine on that, but... yeah, my parents aren't like coffee snobs or anything like that. Griffin only drinks boba? Now, if I were to drink like one of the, I guess, coffee replacements, I'd probably just drink matcha, to be honest. I did like that. I haven't had it in forever, but that's probably what I would drink. This is the Torgoth music from Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Why would you buy coffee beans instead of ground coffee? Because I bought my parents like this $1,100 espresso machine and it has a coffee grinder built in. so it grinds the coffee perfectly for espresso, I guess. I don't know. Apparently, like, you need a finer grain for espresso than you do normal coffee or something along those lines. No clue. But, yeah, I just got them like a 5-pound bag of the beans, and they load it in the top of their coffee maker, and you just grind it as you need it. I hate boba or anything gelatinous. I love fried clams. Raw, they taste like salty snot to me. It makes me gag. Boba is trash. I love raw oysters, though. I've never had a raw clam, but I love, like, raw oysters. I could eat those pretty much until I puked. Those things are great. They're expensive as shit nowadays, but I love raw oysters. You hate them? Brutal, man. Yeah, I know a couple people that only like them steamed. But yeah, I love raw oysters. I only take them steamed or fried. I like both steamed and fried oysters, but raw is my favorite. Raw oysters are like one of the best foods to eat if you're trying to boost your testosterone too. Fun fact, they used to give people oysters on their wedding night in order to boost their, you know, sex drive. It's like basically nature's aphrodisiac because, you know, the chemicals inside of oysters make the blood start rushing to your junk. So, yeah. Brutal, dude. Anybody think I should try dating? Hey, man, that's up to you. I don't. I cannot get beyond the consistency. Makes me gag. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I've never had a problem with it. Griffin is the man to ask about dating. That's alright. I have so much experience, guys. I'm like literally a fucking, you know, encyclopedia. Feel free to pick my brain.
Kill the enemy team to score.
I'm a Chad. Oh, yeah, dude. Definitely. You got me. Are you a true southerner? Do your collard greens, cornbread, chitlin shit? Yeah, I think that is funny, dude. Like, you know, the whole season day food shit? You know what that comes from, right? Like, back in the South, you know, black people were usually poor. So they would eat, like, pig intestines and, like, really shitty cuts of meat. And because of that, it tasted like crap. So they would put, like, just fuckloads of seasoning on it. in order to, you know, mask the flavor of, you know, the otherwise shitty meat that they were eating. And, you know, as a result, you know, over the centuries, black people have gained, like, this affinity towards insanely strong seasoning and flavors. And that's the reason why they always say white people don't season they chicken, or whatever else it might be, is because, you know, they're used to eating shit that literally masks the flavor of what they're actually eating. So, you know, if it doesn't taste like hot Cheetos, it ain't seasoned. You'd rather be a medieval peasant than a wage slave? Yeah, because at least you get laid, right? Hell yeah, man. I find that seafood ball, hell yeah, dude. Disgusting. They over-season the fuck out of it and add a bunch of random juices and shit. Yeah, they make seafood not taste like the actual seafood. And then they dump Old Bay all over it to where you can't even taste the, like, natural flavor of the shrimp and crab. And then if that's not enough, they fucking dip it in butter. It's like, holy fuck, man. Why are you even eating shrimp at that point? Like, fuck. Like, you don't even like the taste of shrimp. You like the taste of the orange juice, the fucking grape juice, the Old Bay, the Lowry's, and the butter. You don't even like the actual thing you're eating. You're just dumping as much shit on top of it to make it not taste like that thing. But yeah, those seafood boils look disgusting, man. That shit looks nasty. I have never understood how that looks appetizing. Like, I don't mind a little bit of Old
awesome.
Bay.
Thanks,
like,
nigga.
that's fine. But when I say a little bit, I mean a little bit. You know, if I'm gonna eat seafood, I actually want to taste the seafood. You know, I guess with something like crawfish, where they don't really taste like anything, I guess I kind of get it, but with, like, shrimp and crab and lobster and all that other stuff, it's like, you're just ruining it. You're just ruining it at that point. Old Bay is like this East Coast seasoning, basically. I think it comes out of Maryland, if I'm not mistaken, but, you know, pretty much the southern, like, kind of East Coast area of the U.S., it's pretty prominent, but it's like a seafood seasoning. Which, it's good in moderation, but it is strong, bro. It is strong. People way overuse it. Yep, I've had soft shell crab and quail. Both are good. And let's see, Ricardo Comstock with a 5. What's the deal with black people? I mean, they aren't really black, and they aren't people. Jerry Seinfeld. Do you think that joke would fly today? I don't know, bro. You'd Probably get canceled. Have you guys seen that video going around of like the black people trying to read the sentence? And like apparently the guy who filmed it is now like they're threatening to expel him because they exposed how, you know, the students at the school can't read. So the school is like threatening to have him expelled and prevent him from walking at graduation. It's like, bruh. Brutal, man. Making crab cakes with Old Bay? I like crab cakes a lot. Would I decline an oyster date with you? Only if it was Rocky Mountain oysters. Then I would. But otherwise, sure. We can go get oysters and slurp them down together. Oh, baby, a triple. Yeah, the only oysters I've ever had that I don't like are Rocky Mountain oysters. Those are gross. For obvious reasons. I've had live octopus before, but it was basically like they chopped the tentacles off before you ate it. I didn't eat like the whole octopus. But I've had like the raw octopus before. Yeah. It doesn't really taste like anything is the thing. It's just like really chewy. Octopus is super chewy. That's about it. Yep, I've had escargot multiple times. That's pretty good. Yep, I've had frog legs as well. So... I wish this game would get ported to PS5 and the Switch. It desperately needs a player base revival. What item out of the 3 would you get rid of? Mayo. I don't even have to look, bro. I hate mayonnaise. I don't use mayonnaise. I've never liked mayonnaise, and I don't want mayonnaise to exist. I don't like it. There's nothing appealing to me about mayonnaise. It's oil and egg. Like, ugh. No thank you. The mayo I eat doesn't seem over here. We'll do a demonstration real quick for the class. It's basically just lard. Yeah. Nah. Dude, I can't. That just, like, even looking at it makes me feel sick. I hate the smell, the taste, and the look of mayonnaise. It's just, ugh. I can't stand it, man. I really can't. It is gross, dude. I cannot do mayonnaise. But I don't like ketchup really at all either, so I'm not really a sauce person. Unless it's like, you know, cooked with the food. But, you know, I like tomato sauces, like Italian, you know, sauces, French sauces, things like that, but mayonnaise,
awesome.
ketchup,
Thanks,
barbecue sauce, that type of shit I don't like. Yeah, mustard's okay. I don't mind mustard. And let's see, Ricardo Comstocks of the 5, Real Great Escargot, Just cooked enough in butter with super crispy bread to spread it on. Holy moly, it's wicked good. Yeah, escargot is one of those foods where it's like ignore what you're eating and it's great. But yeah, it usually tastes amazing. I don't know, I love French food personally. You know, us white people have some of the best cuisine in the world. It just doesn't taste like fucking hot Cheetos and, you know, have red 40 dumped into it. So, French food and Italian food is elite. Like, that is peak dining, in my opinion. Japanese food is pretty good, too, but, you know, French and Italian food is top tier. Yeah, Greek food is good too. But Greek food is super basic. It's not really, you know, high preparation cuisine. It's very, very simplistic, ingredient-oriented food, which is great. But we're talking about, like, cuisine, French and Italian log. I would go to France, but I'm not going to Paris. Dude, my French cousins don't even want to fucking go to Paris. So, they left. So, they're in southern France now, in like the countryside kind of area. I don't know exactly what area they're in, but they're out in the country now.
I can't afford this shit!
Uh, 16-bit Kikamura with the 2 Indian food. Very good, sir. Very good. Right, sir. Yeah, indeed, man. I mixed up the food with my feet. It's like the Christmas cookie video where it's like all the Indians making the cookies and they're like using their feet. Ugh. Or that one video of the guy cutting meat with his toenail.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
No, the Eiffel Tower's not surrounded by homeless tents. It's those street merchants that sell, like, the cheap Chinese knickknacks. Even Indian food is better than French food. That's a massive coat, PK, and you know it. If it wasn't for your desperate attention seeking constantly in the chat, you know, you would almost get me to react. Dude, I would rather eat British food than Indian food, personally. Like, give me a nice pot roast or some fried fish over fucking curry chicken. Nope. No thank you. Because God only knows how long that chicken sat out in direct fucking sunlight, unrefrigerated. Mexican food or tikka masala? I'd rather have Mexican food than Indian food. Well, Mexican food is not healthy. Let's keep it a $1.50 here, bro. Like, Mexican food is insanely unhealthy. There's like nothing healthy about fucking Mexican food. Mexican food, there's a reason why Mexicans have like the highest obesity rate behind black people, and it's like barely even a separation. Mexican food is incredibly unhealthy. Everything has tortillas, it's fried, it's filled with oil and butter and cheese. Like, there's not much healthy about Mexican food. The reason it tastes so good is because it's not good for you. Let's see. E-Man with the 5. Juanold is from India. Time his low IQ ass. Alright.
A very low IQ person.
My chubby Mexican homie, Ricardo. I don't think Ricardo's Mexican. Ricardo is only from the purest Aryan stock.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
And Ricardo comes stocks with the 10. Escargot is 10%, or wait, 100% underrated. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's underrated because people who know food know escargot is good. It's more so people are uneducated on it. You take someone to a place and they see it, they're like, snails? Ew. Meanwhile, when you taste it, it's like the greatest mushroom dish you've ever tasted. So good. Yeah, that's the thing. It's one of those foods where it's almost like an IQ test, you know? It's like an IQ test. Or maybe a purity test, if you know what I'm saying. But yeah, only the white mind and white palate can appreciate the beauty of escargot. It truly is one of the whitest dishes on planet Earth. But yeah, I love escargot. I've had it like probably a dozen times at least. It's very good. Damn, that looks pretty good. Hold on.
Did you know that you...
I'll pull that up after this. Bro thinks eating slop food makes him superior? Dog. What, should I eat fucking hot fries or Taco Bell instead? Like, what exactly is not slop food in your opinion? PK, your people are filthy apes. Brutal. Damn, man, I couldn't have said it better myself. He's like the fucking brutes from Halo. Yeah, I've had snake meat before. It's not bad. It doesn't really taste like anything, though. Yeah, it's like people who refuse to eat steak tartare. Like, that shit's great. Or caviar, man. You know, you gotta have an elevated palate for that type of stuff. You gotta have an elevated palate to enjoy that type of stuff. Coleslaw. Ugh. I don't like coleslaw. Yeah, dude, the type of women that bake bread every day is basically an extinct species at this point. It's pretty sad, honestly. Why would I bake it if I could just go buy it at the store? That shit's a fucking extinct species at this point. Quite sad, dude. The world you yearn for doesn't even exist anymore. What are we conserving, guys? What are we actually conserving? Yeah, I would love to, like, learn how to make my own bread when I get space to do so. I don't have, like, a decent-sized kitchen at all. I barely have enough counter space to put a pot next to my stove. Well, man, unfortunately, your mom is probably the last woman in your life that'll ever cook for you, so regardless, cherish it while you can. I have a La Creuset Dutch oven. It's blue. If you get a wife, she'll cook for you. That's a good joke, man. That's a good joke. If she doesn't restock your fridge like this when you get married, divorce her at once. What, is it just gonna be loading it up with like fucking fruit roll-ups and crap? Is it one of those where it's just like Diet Cokes only? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I already know where this is going. Is it one of these like autistic packing videos where they have like a separate container for everything? Dude, I fucking love fruit. I would crush all of that fruit in one day. That's why I have to not buy it very frequently. Yeah, but it is one of those autistic packing videos. They just put shit in containers for the sake of it. Good lord, bro. Okay, yeah, it is the video. That's what I thought, bro. I thought it was going to be one of those videos where they just stock the fridge with Diet Coke. Okay, that's exactly what this is. I've seen this part of the video, not the first part. Different brands of butter, dude. Her perfect fridge is gonna get fucked up, man. Look, there's a drip. That brand of pickles is good. The what is it, like Shiloh or Grillo's? That's what it is. Grillo's pickles are pretty good. I like those. Yeah, that's some goy slop maxing for sure. Alright, hold on, let's see. Here we go, watch this too.
Did you know that you can make excellent escargot at home, and it's super easy? In a food processor, add 2 sticks of butter, a bunch of flat leaf parsley, garlic cloves, shallot, a little bit of Dijon, and black pepper, and just blend until smooth and creamy. Add this to a piping bag. I'm using these canned snails by Marky's. You want to rinse, drain, and pat them dry. Then pipe the butter into each well of an escargot platter. This is enough butter to make like 24. Then you're going to place the snails, top with more of that compound butter, and then I'm just going to be a little extra here. I just cut out some puff pastry, brushed it with egg wash, added to the top. This is going to bake at 415 for about
really
15
good.
minutes. Did you know that you can make
That shit looks really good, man. I highly doubt it was actually $7,000. Holy smokes. Yeah, that does look good. Imagine, like, after you eat it, too, you can get some extra bread and, like, dip it in the salt. Bro, that's good. That's good. That is some prime eating, dude. Yeah, I've had escargot before. Many times. It's really good. It's very, very good. What the hell's wrong with butter, bro? Butter's good for you. There is nothing unhealthy about eating butter. So, butter, dairy, beef, you know, healthy fats are good. It's like for all those years they tried to claim that eating egg yolks was unhealthy. You guys remember that shit? And it turns out that eggs are like literally the best superfood on the planet. Eggs are quite literally one of the most nutrient-rich protein sources on planet Earth, and they were trying to get you to cut out the most healthy part. I love escargots. I haven't had them in a long time, but I really want to have one now. Well, here, I'll link the recipe for you, Britt. So, apparently you can buy canned escargot snails and make it at home. Looked like it was pretty easy. So, there you go. There's your recipe, but...
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Honestly, I would try making this at home. It looks pretty easy. I would give it a shot. Sounds really shady. I think they're pre-cooked. It's like eating sardines or something else out of a can, you know. It's obviously not the optimal way to eat it, but it's better than having to raise the snails yourself, you know. Gotta be better than eating pan-seared chicken breast and frozen veggies like I normally eat. I do not eat that at all. My normal diet consists of ground beef and onions. That's basically what I have most days, is I will just literally saute a bunch of onions, saute a bunch of ground beef, drain the fucking grease, and mix. So... And sometimes, you know, I'll have some rice, or maybe I'll have some noodles, or I don't know. Usually, if I have anything, it's just rice, but that's very rare. I have like a huge, like 5-pound bag of rice I bought when the snowstorm was coming. So back, like what, 5 or 6 months ago, and I've probably used like 2 or 3 cups out of it, and that's it. Oh, I have psyllium husk fiber, Ricardo. We've talked about this before. I've got some of that stuff. Let's see. It's the 16-bit Kikamura with a 2. Look up woman makes party drink in toilet. Oh my god. Nasty. And Oski Woski with the 5. May the 4th be with you. Oh, is it Star Wars Day? Yep. Let's see. This has to be performative. Here, I'll pause the music real quick. We'll watch it.
Just pop that in. There
wow.
We go. Yes. Oh, this is going to be so good.
That looks perfect.
Really mush it around.
Yeah, this is definitely fucking fake.
Yeah, I emptied that part. Sour candy. You're just going to start loading up this tank back here. Obviously, Sprite. Yeah. You want to get your Sprite in there. We can place this.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Wow. So it starts. Oh, look, it is. It's filling up.
Wow.
It's filling up.
Yeah. Go ahead and just get that in there. Get some ice in the punch.
Oh, nice.
Got the punch here. One for you. Yeah.
How'd you make it?
The toilet bowl punch recipe.
So is this like the white equivalent of toilet wine, I guess?
Yeah.
I think I'm good. I think I'm good.
Oh no, I cleaned the toilet before I made it. Just pop that in.
Yummy, yummy. Yeah, it's obviously a skit. But it still looks... Dude, I would sooner drink that than I would drink that Indian shit they sell. Alright, well, he's not actually making the juice. Hold on, let's see.
What is the thing that you think I'm going to do? I'm going to lick it and you don't even know. I'm just kidding, my buddy. You don't even know.
Like, bro, that pot is 100% dirtier than that toilet. I'd bet on it.
Oh, my buddy. Okay, buddy. Give me the money. Okay, thank you, buddy. Thank you. Okay, my buddy. Don't worry. Hingda. Okay, and I take that. Thank you very much. Here you go, little buddy. Thank you very much. I see you over there, buddy. Get over to the back of the bag. Thank you.
I wanted to know what the fuck it... Dude, what even... Ugh. Let's see. We got to find one. Let's try... juice. Oh, I didn't put a... Indian in, right? Yeah, we saw that one.
Play the video quickly and please.
Ooh, dude, that is ew. Hold
get out
on,
quickly.
Dude. That's disgusting. Yeah, give me the toilet bowl. Give me the fucking toilet bowl.
These are jammin' leaves. Babuji, wait for 2 minutes. These are neem leaves. This is bitter gourd. This is raw turmeric. This is ginger. And this.
That looks nasty, bro. Holy. But yeah, I don't know. I think I'll take the toilet juice over that. I'd rather drink... What the fuck is this? Alright, not bad so far. What the fuck? Why the fuck? Never mind. Goop the juice? Yeah, who knows what this is? Hello, buddy. Bruh, that looks so gross. Is dumping out half of it like the requirement? I don't know. What is this shit? Makes gravy Manchurian on cycle. Alright, this might be too long. Yeah, that's too long. I don't really want to watch a 5-minute Indian cooking video. He invented spicy potato chips and became a corporate executive. Oh my god, man.
While eating grilled corn, he suddenly stumbled upon a money-making opportunity. He watched his son sweating profusely from the hot sauce, yet still devouring it with
Dude, what fucking slop is this?
obvious delight. He realized that everyone around him seemed addicted to spicy flavors, so he decided to create a spicy chip to escape his fate as a janitor. He and his family...
I'm done, bro. This is like literally just retarded. He invented a spicy chip. Okay, bro. Yeah. I'm sure. Nobody had ever thought of that before. Magic water.
Oh, wow. What is this one?
Magic water.
What is this one, sir? Magic water?
Yes.
Can I get one? Kitna? 20 rupees, okay. Yeah, just one. Alright, thank you. Shit. Actually, can you just hold it?
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Oh wow, what is this one?
He didn't even try the
one,
magic water, bro. I wanted to know what was magic about it. I wanted to know what was in the magic water. But I guess we'll never know. Why is YouTube not low? There we go. Pakistan most heavy duty, or wait, heavy dry fruit for mix shake.
Is this one?
The fuck is the random ass word popping up? Yeah, this already looks better than India.
Correct? $350. Move. Right?
Alright, bro, this is just getting performative at this point. Just fucking blend that shit.
Yeah.
No, this isn't AI. Yeah, honestly, my first impressions are this does not look that bad, but I don't know. I don't really trust the food safety. We're assuming that all that fruit wasn't spoiled. Alright. Well, there we go. We got a little culture. So hopefully everyone enjoyed. Now you have no need to travel to India. We saw it all. Let's see. Ricardo Comstocks of the 10. As the Jeets come to flood our pristine white places, they better watch out. We have a limit of tolerance, and we are being tested now. Our culture is 100% incompatible with theirs. Yeah, most cultures don't have a real compatibility with each other. Hence why they're separate in the first place. Go figure. But yeah, eventually things will hit a boiling point for sure. Would I eat Chinese mystery meat? Fuck no. Dude, China has some of the worst food safety standards in the world. My vegan mom keeps taking people to Indian restaurant in town. She never wants to try new things. The guy apparently is a new arrival and already has a business. Yeah, they get small business loans. Our government was giving Indians small business loans and, you know, in favor of, you know, Americans. So, you know, actual American citizens couldn't get small business loans from the Small Business Administration, but they were giving them to fucking fresh off the boat Indians instead. It's fucking insane. Fuck, man. This is a Halo 2 match, too. I have Angry Birds Star Wars merch. Nice, dude. LA is the greatest city on the face of the world, sir. Indeed, LA is #1. Go USA. I love watching LA Lakers. LeBron. Would I take a vacation with Apollo to what? Yulin? I have no idea what that is. What is Yulin? Let's see. Just put on this, I guess. Yeah, they're having some server issues or something with MCC, because this is like the 3rd consecutive night I've had problems with matchmaking. Yup, I kept getting banned the other night too, so it's very annoying. Griff is jealous of me because I actually live in a relevant rich city and he lives amongst brown mongrels and is poor. PK, what exactly are the statistics of LA? I'm just kind of curious. What are the racial demographics of LA? fuck? Man. Race means nothing? You're the one that brought up race, PK. You said I lived amongst brown mongrels. So, I'm just curious, you know, what is the percentage breakdown where you are? California only has the biggest GDP because of the fucking tech companies, which are all leaving, by the way. So, good luck. Yeah, PK is bragging about shekels per goyim, which is kind of ironic. This is Donkey, or yeah, DK Isle is the name of the song. Hey PK, how much is your Pokemon collection worth, dude? If you want to go bag for bag here, band for band, shekel to shekel. Let's compare collections, dude. Hell yeah, dude. fuck? What would you do if a chick slapped your og? Can you just type a regular English word, please? You don't need to use ROG speak in this chat. No, the word ass is not fucking censored. He's using ROG speak. YouTube won't let you type ass. You just did, PK. Nobody stopped you.
Gain the lead.
That's not even Zoomer language, bro. That's just some fucking, you know, ghetto-ass shit. I can't read 85% of the time type speech. Functionally illiterate. Oh, no! Fuck, I hit the ceiling. Damn it. I was like, shit. I should have waited like half a second. Man. Ah, shit. Shotgunned. Man, fuck. I like Nintendo 64 music even if I don't play the games. PK, you are a bug, and I love you, buddy. Isn't that nice?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
It's lovely to see. And Ricardo Cumsugs of the 5, PK's people would wreck our high trust white civilization. They all want to come here, though. We have our limits. We must embrace hate again. I agree with that. I agree with that, man. Hate is a powerful weapon. One that has been put aside for too long. How about get a fucking life, enjoy your video games, make some friends along the way, get a job or career. Easy. Everyone needs a caregiver. N64 was more powerful than PS1, just like storage size. Yeah, the cartridges held it back. A caregiver? I don't know. Maybe it's like those old, you know, nannies that people used to have back in the British days where they would crank your hog before you go to bed every night. That was actually a thing back in the day, man. Like, British nobility would literally have, like, maids for their children. And, you know, the teenage boys would get a handy right before bed from the nanny. Brutal, dude.
What's that like? Not like everybody knows what that's like at all, huh? Gee, what's that like?
Yeah, seriously, man. That was like a thing back in the day, is, you know, you would get rubbed off, you know? You would have some sweet dreams. I mean, that's like nature's sleeping pill, you know? If you're having trouble falling asleep, just rub one out and then it releases all the chemicals that make you tired. But yeah, back in the day, the like nurse or maid or nanny, whatever you want to call it, would you know, help the young men fall asleep.
Gain the lead. Gain the lead.
Oh, speaking of a nice piece of booty in video games, I have something to pull up in a minute. I forgot. There we go. Is it that Aerith mod with her pant? Wait, what? What mod is that? Griffin's bucket list includes visiting a maid cafe in Japan. Oh yeah, dude. My favorite part will be the fact that they can't understand a word I say, and same to them. She has her panties and her jacket on, dude. Bare chest. That sounds like porn. I don't think that sounds like a mod. That sounds like one of those source filmmaker porn videos or whatever the fuck. Hold on, let's see. Let me pull this up real quick. This shit makes me sad. This is what we used to have, guys. This is what gaming used to be like. Brutal, dude. Hold on, there's another one. Wow, video game advertisements have changed a lot over the years. On one hand, you have, you know, the busty anime-oriented chick where it's like, you know, the Japanese chick obviously trying to look like the anime bitches from all your favorite games. And then you have that. So she's wearing like the anime chick outfit, showing off the fucking, you know, Sega Saturn. And then, yeah. Brutal, dude. Yeah. We gotta remember what we once had, dude. Jeez. My Japanese baddies, dude, my IRL anime babes, hell yeah. Japanese boobies, indeed, bro. They're pretty good. I see why Uncle H said that they were honorary, you know? Griffin Goons to Asha Sharma. That is right, sir. She is very, very goonable. No. Oh, where's he going? Oh, he's going to get on my bed. My dog has left me. Brutal. No loyalty.
Gain the lead. Gain the lead.
Ah. We still have the good stuff, people. Not really, to be honest, man. It's even better on better hardware. Stop crying. I don't know about that one, bro. I don't really think there's much better in terms of gaming these days. Don't really think there's much you can point to that's better. Ricardo Cumsugs with the 5. I want to stop real quick and give props to PK, for real. We all know the Indian menace, but PK is persistent. I love this guy. He's the
awesome.
best.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
PK for life. Hell yeah, man. He's one of the good ones, you know? I think that's what we're supposed to say. Mine. No! Shit, don't die. Fuck. I just got him. No. Fucking kill me. Alright, I'll take that. That's fine. I got 2 of them. shit. Whoa, Ricardo just said the PK is spiritually white. Wow. That's some pretty high praise there, PK. Oh shit. Real, how was everybody's weekend hours? Exactly, man. But we're talking about last weekend, not this weekend. Just past. Obviously. No! Shit, I missed. There we go. I got one. Fuck. I got two. Shit.
5 minutes remaining.
That was my favorite thing to do on Halo 4 in particular. I used to be really good at splattering on that game. Hey, got him. Aw. Wow, we lost by 1 fucking point, man. That's crazy. Alright, give me like 1 minute. I gotta go grab something real quick. This shouldn't take long, but yeah. At most, I'll be gone in a few minutes. Give me a second. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Had to take the dog out. Alrighty. I got up and I went to go grab some more water, and he started begging to go out, so... Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just looking at something. I don't know if anyone here, maybe I should just ask y'all. I don't know if anybody's ever had this problem, but like whenever my computer goes to sleep for whatever reason, like if I put it in sleep, when I turn, like I guess jiggle the mouse or hit the keyboard or whatever, it just doesn't fucking do anything other than just like start spinning the fans. And it doesn't show anything on the screen, so I have to like hard reset it to get it to fucking turn back on. I don't know if anybody's ever had that problem. Shit's gay, man. I owe you something? I don't think so. Can get the experts? Nah, it's fine. I was just looking it up while I was outside. I'll figure it out. I don't really care. I just leave my computer on all the time.
I can't afford this shit!
Typical micro shit. Yeah, it's just like it's a new problem, so I don't understand what the fucking issue is, man. Let's see, alright. It's things like that that keep me from buying a PC. Yeah, exactly, man. There's a bunch of fucking gay-ass little problems like that. I don't know. Let's see. E-Man with the 10, Time Ricardo, and PK. Well, it's technically only enough for one, so I'll just do a short one for each.
A very low IQ person.
And Ricardo Cumsucks with the 2. PK is spiritually white. It's alright, Ricardo. It's only a short mute. You'll be back before you even know it. It's only a very short mute. Don't worry. Oh, jeez. Yup. Griffin needs my Windows expertise. I'm checking the issue right now. Yeah. I don't know. It's like some weird fucking thing. I was just Googling it while I was away. But it's just really fucking annoying. I don't know, bro. I'm sick of it. So I just leave my computer on all the fucking time now. Don't shut it down. Don't fucking put it in sleep mode. It's weird. I don't know. It's whatever. The generic answers: disabling fast startup and control panel, updating graphics and chipset driver. Yeah, maybe I should do my graphics driver. I haven't done that in a while. I think it's been almost a year. Who knows, man? Usually if you're having issues waking from sleep, it's related to an unstable memory profile. I don't even know what that is. Let's see, this is the problem. Since sleep stores data on your RAM in a low power state. So I should just chuck those RAM sticks and buy another one. Let's see. Yeah, that's not too expensive. It's only like $700 for RAM. That's not too bad. Maybe I'll just buy some more RAM sticks and see if that fixes it then. But yeah, it's fucking annoying. I've already done a BIOS update recently. I tried that already to fix it. It didn't do anything. But yeah, it's super annoying. Like, if it fucks up while I'm, like, trying to wake it up, I have to, like, unplug the computer and then restart it. And then sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So I have to do it, like, 2 or 3 times in some cases. But if I just leave my computer on, I don't have any problems, so who knows. Yeah, I think it's something to do with some sort of update. I don't fucking know, bro. Like, I didn't have the problem at first. Now it's all of a sudden popped up in, like, the past month or so. Yeah, I think, the little indicator on the motherboard has, like, E1 or something, I think it's E1, if I'm remembering correctly. But I don't know. If the problems persist with this thing, I'm just gonna buy another computer again. I don't know. If it becomes too much of a hassle to keep dealing with this thing, I'll just get another one and then scrap this one and sell the parts. I don't think I have a Windows update to do. That or 15. Yeah, sometimes I get 15, but that's when I restart it. It's memory related for the code readers. Yeah, I don't know. This thing's kind of annoying. Oski Woski with the 2, my turn. Brutal. Oh, you muted E-Man? Okay. Well, Ricardo, you should be back by now, so. You and PK should both be back. Hey, yo, I'll buy your shitter. I wouldn't... Nah, you don't want to buy a computer that's got problems like that. That's a no-go. You're better off just buying one that doesn't have any issues. Unless you enjoy tinkering, which I don't, personally. You aren't that rich. Well, this type of shit's a, you know, a business expense is how I look at it, so... The way I look at computer stuff is business expenses, but... Yeah, it's just weird. I don't know. This thing's had some big issues. Because first of all, I remember it had the issue with the BIOS where it would crash on games randomly after like 30 minutes. That fixed that. Didn't have any issues. Then I'm having this fucking problem. So I don't know, bro. Two very different issues. But yeah, I'll probably try a whatever driver update and see if that fixes it, but who knows. You're going to Raymond's stream from now on? Have fun, man. Oops, there goes the chat. Ricardo Cumsucks with the 5. PK is not a regular Jeet. I think he is spiritually white. He is Eddie Ansar. His coming back at me and his use of language. I mean, this dude is white in his soul. Yeah, he is. I am the real Eddie Ansar. Indeed.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Sharma Ding Dong is gonna open up the Xbox showcase. That's who. Thinking of buying a Switch. What game should I buy first? I guess it depends on what your favorite Nintendo property is. Are you buying a Switch 2 or a Switch 1? So, I mean, the obvious answer, if you don't have a Switch already, like, if you like the Zelda games, you should check those out. Smash Ultimate's good. Mario Kart 8 is good. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. Mario Odyssey you could try. Mario Wonder is a good game. Like, there's a lot of very good software on the Switch. But it really just depends on what type of game you're looking for. Like, if you want a multiplayer game, like Splatoon 3 is really good. It just depends, I guess. Osky with the 2, is this a playlist? It's just a long ass video. It's just some N64 compilation. Damn. Shit. Ugh. Did I miss Soros? No, I'm not playing that. Dude, I have no desire to play Soros. Soros is of little to no interest. In fact, I wouldn't even say little. Yeah, I can like it. Ugh, man. Great, I'm getting crazy offers for my Mew right now. What the hell? Yeah, the market's hot right now, bro. So... So, apparently, I think I found the way to fix whatever the issue is, but I don't know. Try it later. I don't know, dude. You know, I really do love PC
gaming.
Slayer. Kill the enemy team to score. Gain the lead. Gain the lead. Lost the lead.
Love Switch 2 gaming. I mean, that's the thing, bro. It's really irritating. You spend all this money on a fucking computer and it's like gay little shit like that still happens. It's obnoxious. Ricardo should start an online food business. Oh, yeah. Ricardo does have a lot of, you know, niche food items he does know a lot about, so... He could have, like, one of those super curated, like, online food sites where he recommends, like, boutique-level products to people for different categories. You went from a 4090 to a 5090? I've never owned a 4090, but go off. Keep talking chud. You obviously know what you're talking about. And Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. Appreciate it, man. Big ups, dude. Why did your message not appear? I don't know. No clue, man. Am I blocked? No, you're not blocked. I guess it just didn't fucking, I don't know. For some reason it deleted the text before it's sent. You didn't have it highlighted or anything, right? You might have bumped like something. I don't know. That's weird. No clue, dude. That is on Jugal, not me. Griffin's silence is deafening. I'm researching this thing. I think I found the issue. I'm on a mission. How am I trying to silence you permanently? You're literally talking freely in the chat, PK. Quit having main character syndrome, bro. You're concocting one of your plans. You can't. Yeah, that's right. You got me. You got me, dude. Definitely not researching the issue with my fucking computer at all. Totally not. If I ever want to know what the codes mean, okay, yeah, I'll take a look at that. Let's see. E1. Oh wait, that was exclamation. S3 boot script execution. Okay, I have no idea what that means. Let's see. Copy. Contains a sequence of operation hardware when resuming from suspend to RAM state. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. I'll have to fuck around with that, I guess. But, yeah, I don't know why I'm getting that issue all of a sudden. Yeah, I recently updated my BIOS after I had the problem, so I've put the newest version on there. So, I should be fine on that front.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
There's also driver software the motherboards have that you have to install. Huh, I haven't seen that. What motherboard? Oh shit. Let me check. It's like the 870E or something. It's an Asus one. Hold on. I have to check my order receipt because I don't remember the name. Let's see. Okay, why is it not on there? That's the graphics card. Oh, there we go. The Asus ROG Strix. X870E. I guess is what it's called. Yeah, I have to check the receipt. I don't know the name of my motherboard off the top of my head, bro. I don't have that good of a memory. ROG just makes me think of low tier god, yeah. Yeah, so from what I've gathered, the two things I need to try are basically turning off XMP or going in and changing a BIOS setting called Rampage Tweak to mode 1, which I have no idea what the fuck that is, but we'll see. I don't care if the RAM is slower. I just want it to work. I really don't fucking care. That does nothing for me. The minuscule difference would be, like, undetectable, I'm sure. You know, I'm not exactly loading up massive fucking, you know, 4K video files and shit. Yeah, just disable Expo. Is that the XMP shit? Or I'm guessing, I think, I don't remember what it's called, but I think that's what it is. Yeah, for AMD, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care if I have slower RAM, bro. The biggest thing is if my computer actually wakes up and I don't have to get on the fucking floor and unplug it, plug it back in, and then hope it fucking boots up properly. So I really don't care if it's, like, slower. So that shit's annoying as fuck. I want to be able to put my computer in sleep mode if I want to. Sell your defect. I don't know if it's the RAM or what, dude. Who even fucking knows? If it is, then that's an easy fix. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with the servers tonight? Worst case is you can try Expo 2 instead of 1, since Expo 2 puts all of the data instead of some of it being handled. Okay. Let me make a note of that. Okay, I see it. See, somebody posted it. AI tweaker. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I can give that a shot. It's just annoying, because it's like, I don't know why the fuck this is a problem. And it's new, too. Because I don't have any issues running anything. I'm not getting crashes or any issues like that. It's just fucking retarded. Oh, man.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Dude, this shit is fucked. They've been fucked up the past few nights, so I'm guessing, you know, Microslop isn't paying for the proper servers anymore. I don't know. Ricardo Cumsucks with the 5. To mine own. I would like to have PK with me. I know this guy, and he is relentless. He's something, alright. That's for sure. Well, at least it let me in the lobby now. Oops. PK is not trash, he is defiant. Sometimes obstinate, sometimes offensive. I see you, PK. He's many things, bro. Many things. But to his credit, he works day and night to escape the curse of his genetics. There we go. Dude, the shotgun is so fucking ass in Halo 3. That shit's brutal. 0 range. Compared to Halo 2's where it's like basically shooting slugs. Hate when games overbalance weapons just because pros cry about it. Yeah, when video games started catering towards the MLG audience, that's when shit kind of fell off for multiplayer games. They just became too fucking sweaty for the most part. I blame YouTubers and pros for current... Yeah, dude. The whole fucking meta build shit is just obnoxious. That entire genre of content single-handedly ruined most multiplayer shooters because, you know, in the past, you found an overpowered weapon, that's cool. Not everybody would fucking figure it out, but now it's like literally everyone uses the exact same guns, with the exact same attachments, with the exact same perks, and the exact same play style, and there's like absolutely zero variability anymore. Everyone just plays the fucking meta, and that's it. It's literally it. Shit sucks. Oh yeah, dude, nerfing shit in the single-player game is a crime. That shit should be fucking illegal. Fuck that, dude. I hate that shit. It's like, why are you doing that? Like, literally, shit pisses me off. Load it, dude. It's not gonna load. This shit's gonna cry. Yo, there it goes. Alright, well, that's just annoying. I'm done playing with you. Yeah, very good servers. Man. It's all so tiresome. Let's see. Alright. I need to stop, I need to stop researching whatever the fuck this thing is. I gotta try that setting. But it's irritating, man. Shit pisses me off. Yeah, that's what I've always said, is they fired all the people who could actually work on the game, so most likely they have no idea how to actually get it, you know, up and running on a different platform. Just like Halo 5, they probably don't have anyone who worked on it still at the studio. Let's see. Ricardo comes sucks to the 5. You basically just got to Callus and Morrowind, then you quit, fired up again. That's gonna put me to sleep, man. That's the issue. I'll get too sleepy.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
It's too much reading for late at night. That's the problem. Also, the game doesn't run properly on my computer, so it's like in this tiny ass little window that I can barely even see. So, apparently I have to like install a bunch of mods to get it to work properly. Old games, you're better off getting the GOG version. They pre-patch it. There was one game I did get off of GOG that didn't work, so I don't know. I guess the mileage varies on that one, but I would assume for a game as popular as Elder Scrolls, they probably would. You could also try something like DG Voodoo 2. You lose the to the game's main directory, set the monitor. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure there's like an easy fix for it, but I'm hoping there's an easy fix for this stupid fucking sleep issue, too. That shit's annoying. It's really bugging me. It's like, just another thing. Because, like, I put my computer in sleep for, like, the first time in, like, a month. The other day. Or no, when was it? Saturday. And I was like, oh, fuck. So I was like, oh, whatever, I'll let it sit there and see what happens. And then, you know, of course, when I go back to it an hour or so later, it doesn't fucking turn on. Uh-oh, Ricardo's now fixated on somebody else. You're not such a know-it-all anymore? I have never once claimed to be a know-it-all when it comes to computers. So... You've always acted like one? When the fuck have I acted like a tech expert on computers, bro? Oh, geez, let me think. Maybe every day? Yeah, PK, because I love talking about computers and tech and all that other stuff, right? Component pricing. Sure, buddy. If by PC he means Pokemon cards, maybe that. Yeah, exactly. There we go. I am an expert on that. Computers, not so much. Ricardo, what is the scent of a J, bro? What is the scent of a J that you're picking up? Smells like death. 6 million corpses. I didn't know you were a believer, Ricardo. Interesting. Smells like poison? Well, poison often smells sweet, so gotta be careful, man. Shit. I can wait, I like the smell of griffins in the morning. What the fuck does that mean? Wait a minute. Well, the smell of me in the morning is not really great, man, because I've been sitting in this chair for like 10 hours at that point, so. Yikes. I usually take a shower after I stream, not before. So be careful. Smells like a musty chud, indeed. Indeed. Oh, come on, really? Dude, Ricardo is the one who's relentless, not PK, man. Am I even awake? You could argue, maybe not. I'm checking this stupid fucking issue I'm having with my computer, so my mind is elsewhere, or at least split, and it's annoying, so I'm trying to figure this shit out. Take the day off. I don't know. Dang, that one playing Space Marine? I think it's because it kicked me out of the lobby or whatever. Ricardo, I don't think he's gonna answer you, bro. It might be time to pack it up. I don't even think he's here anymore. He's leaving you on red, bro. It's over. Got the blind kill. Nice. Shit. I've got to package up some stuff after I'm done tonight. Then I have to go to the fucking, whatever, post office first thing. To mail some shit to China. I need to also sell my Steam Deck, too. I keep meaning to do that. I had to order another charger because I couldn't fucking find one. But yeah, I'm gonna sell my Steam Deck as well soon. But yeah, I've just been selling like some gaming shit. But some dude in China bought one of my collector's editions, so I gotta ship that out. But yeah, while the Steam Deck's still worth something, I should just get rid of it. I don't ever use it. No, it's not the OLED, it's the original model, so it's the original Steam Deck, so I just need to cash that baby in. I don't even know how much it's worth. I'm just gonna put it up maybe for auction when I finally get around to it. But the YouTubers told me the Steam Deck would destroy the Switch 2. That's right. Yeah, I was very excited for it, but, you know, I tried to play 360 games on it a couple times, and in every single instance, even though they were quote-unquote verified, they literally didn't fucking work, or had, like, some major, like, scaling issues or something, or controller, you know, input issues. So the most I used my Steam Deck was for about a 15-hour session once of Stardew Valley. But I could have done that on my Switch or literally any other gaming platform, so. You have to install so many patches to get games to work. That's the thing, is like, literally, it said verified. Not even like the little yellow icon that says that it works, but it requires tweak. Like, literally, Steam Deck verified games. And just straight up, controller inputs weren't working. So. Or the mapping was, like, completely fucked up, so. And then there was one where, like, the scaling was, like, really fucked up. I don't know. It's just. That kind of just rubbed me the wrong way. But yeah, I definitely thought I would like it a lot more, because I love handhelds. The handheld form factor to me is by far my favorite way to game, personally. You know, it's a cool device in theory, but it has a lot of kinks that need to be worked out. Ah, shit. Yeah, that's why I didn't get the Zog Ally, because it's like... I had a feeling there'd be problems, which apparently a Windows update at one point bricked the entire system, so... Dude, Ricardo's like fucking Eric Cartman maxing right now. He's like literally acting like Eric. It's like, answer me, Jew. Oops. Good old Microsoft, yeah. Oh, there we go. Why does it keep kicking me out of the lobby? That's irritating. Kid chat right now. I don't think he's coming, man. He's not gonna answer the call. Let's see. Okay, it's actually worth a pretty decent amount of money still. It's worth 450 bucks, even pre-owned. That's pretty good, honestly. That's pretty good. He's a J, nothing to me. Well, then don't, you know. Don't keep talking about him then. If he's nothing to you, just let it be. Yeah, I think they have stopped producing the Steam Deck because of the RAM shortages. I think they're only stocking the pre-owned ones now, right? I can smell Jay's stank all over him. Oh my god. It's better than weed smell. Am I not wrong? I don't know, bro. I don't smell anything personally, but hey. Damn. Ricardo hails from Israel, man. He is known as the Tel Aviv Terror. Yeah, I looked and the Steam Deck OLED and LCD is sold out. Yeah, that's what I thought. They've only been restocking the pre-owned ones, or the refurbished, whatever you want to call it. Alright, hold on, give me a second. The chat just crashed. I move from Europa. And I deal in hate. Yeah, from the Khazar region. Just like Netanyahu. Ricardo, I don't know how you can smell anything through the screen, bro. Like, shit. Don't schizo out on us. Yeah, that's what I remember, is the Steam Deck was basically almost like a loss leader, but I think they were, you know, at least breaking even on it. But when you account for like the effort of production and R&D and all that shit, they probably were losing money on it overall. Oh, I get it, how fun. So for real, you protect a J, then you are a J to me. Understand. Uh-oh. Bruh. I just opened up Twitter, and the top tweet is literally this fucking weeb saying, if you watched Evangelion, but don't jerk off to Asuka rape porn, you missed the entire point. 1.4 thousand likes. Jesus Christ, man. You know, thank you so much for that one, Twitter. I don't know what I would have done without that. Is anyone watching that new woke anime, Witch Hat Atelier? I don't know what that is. I don't know. Yup, when Ricardo spots a J, the party's over, man. We all have to get super serial and sad. But Ricardo, what would happen if you did, like, contact him? What would you do about him being a J? If, in fact, it turned out that he was. Like, what would you do about it, I guess? Like, what difference does it make? Huh? Like, alright, so let's say Jethro is a J. What would you do? Yeah, what would you do about it? Like, what difference would it make if he's a J or not? It's no point in, like, obsessing over it. It is what it is. Expose him? How would you expose him, though? If he comes in here and says, yes, I'm a J, then didn't he just expose himself? Like, I don't know. What would you expose him for? I don't know why it keeps kicking me out of the lobbies. It's irritating. Ricardo doesn't even have blue eyes. I don't either, so I might be a J. If I knew all the people moving us were J's, what would I do? No, I'm just, like, curious why it matters so much if Jethro's a J or not. Like, what difference would it make? It's not like anything's gonna magically happen if you know. Dude, there's no fucking chance I'd have laser surgery to change my eye color. Fuck that, man. How can I not find a game? I don't know, man. I guess the same way Wings can't find his penis. Even though it's right there in front of me. It's just always out of reach. Is this a dead game? I don't think so, but I think most people play the PvE. But I'm not sure what the player count is right now. You can check. Let's see. It's got 6,700 people. And it's a multi-platform, you know, cross-play title, so I don't know. My Space Marine looks sick, dude. He looks dumb. Well, I guess it takes one to know one, huh? Come on, there we go.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
2. Any more down here?
Obtaining armaments. Rally point updated.
3. Op assist. Alright.
War gear acquired. Brother killed in action. Enhanced tactic Griffin.
It's funny that it was actually Jethro's fault that Griffin's computer is messing up. Wait, how? But he protects him. The Jewish blood must run deep with them too? I guess so, man. Very deep if he was able to remote, you know, hijack my computer. That's that Jewish blood magic, I guess. The fuck? I guess that's a thing now. Oh, that was nice. I finessed the fuck out of him. This is his fault because he recommended what PC to buy. I don't know if that has anything to do with it though. It seems like it's a software issue or some shit. I don't fucking know. I blame Windows, personally. It's always Windows. Because the thing is the computer works fine. Like, I have no issues with it when it's on. The problem is now it doesn't wake up when it goes to sleep. And I have to, like, hard fucking reset it, so... That has nothing to do with the actual hardware, I feel like, because... You know, running games and shit, it works perfectly. So, it's like some gay-ass fucking thing with sleep mode. Jethro's a J, period. Demon. Should fully turn off your computer when you're not using it. Sir, yes, sir. So it seems Raymond Hambley is trying to get my channel banned. Oh, is he like threatening to flag you or some shit? Well, he can try and get his little, you know, Gollum audience to, you know, mass report videos, so... Has already flagged me 4 times in the last 24... What, for copyright or for, community guidelines? You're half Ashkenazi Jay, so maybe Ricardo is talking about me? You're the source of the smell. Uh-oh. Copyright? Interesting. Yeah, he's not gonna file a LOL suit, so... He's not gonna file a LOL suit. That shit would put him in the poorhouse. Is YouTube like approving them, or are they saying like, we received a copyright complaint, your content does not meet, you know, the requirement for takedown or something? I don't know. I've gotten a few of those emails before. If Raymond gets his channel banned, I'm telling the Kino Casino. Brutal, man. Yeah. Imagine being a flaggot, bro. Cringe. I don't know. Especially considering how he watches all those niche e-girls. You know, he watches all those really small female creators on his own stream. And he has the audacity to flag other people's shit of them reacting to him. Like, what a bitch. What an actual fucking bitch. Yeah, that's some absolutely, like, bitch-made shit, bro. Ah, shit. This means war, God. Yeah, that shit's pathetic, bro. Nah, his chat's just filled with a bunch of failure to launch, failed normies. Like real talk, man. That's pretty much all it is. You know, they just want to be preached to, essentially. The choir wants to hear the sermon about how, you know, how miserable their lives are, and now it's everyone else's fault. I sent it to you? Yeah, I'll take a look. Give me a second. Once this match is over, I'll take a look. I'll try to pull
All right,
it up
awesome.
too.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Although, I'll take a look at it first, see if I can pull it up. Just in case. Let's see. So, Oski Woski with the 2. Let's try. Yeah, we can do 1 or 2 of those. That's fine. And Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. A nation can survive its fools and even the ambitious, but it cannot survive treason from within. I see you, Jethro. You are a J. No? Jeez, man. I don't know if he's a J. I'm not sure. And let's see. Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. Hey, man, member when Trump bombed a school and killed 150 little girls. Hey, member when anyone with sense would stand up for this monster. Demon. I don't know if I'd say Trump is a demon, bro, but... Yeah, that's the thing, bro. It's like he was trying to lift 50-pound dumbbells when in reality he should just be doing 35s. Like, he only does 12 reps, and that's it for the day. Like, just do 35-pounders, do 50 reps, and you'll get better fucking gains out of that than barely scraping out 10 or whatever with shitty form. Like, people think, you know, heavier equals good, and that's not the case. So, having proper form, taking it slow, and doing multiple sets or a high, you know, rep count is far more important than just, you know, pumping the max amount of weight possible. So, you want to, like, take it slow and, you know, really work the muscle by, you know, doing the exercise. You don't necessarily want to, like, just barely get it up and barely get it down. Like, it's not how it's supposed to be. You shouldn't be struggling to do one singular rep. Eight to 12 is for muscle growth. But yeah, that's only if you can actually do the 8 to 12 properly. If you're like barely able to fucking do it, like that's not productive. So you need to go down to a lower weight until you can easily do the higher weight. At least, you know, the one set. So that way you're actually getting the benefits. Okay, yeah, I see. So it's like a notice, basically, that he's identified that you're using the... I don't know. I've never seen that type of notice before, but my guess is he's trying to scare you. Because that's not like an actual takedown request or anything like that. So I've never seen anything like that before. My guess is he's trying to intimidate you to not re-upload the stuff. Because in reality, if he actually wants to take your stuff down and keep it down, he has to show YouTube proof that he's filing a lawsuit against you. Otherwise, he has to release it.
Fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
Let's see. Forza Italia with the 2. Do you have any Tweezer Ray content? I don't think so, no. Don't think so. And Ricardo Cumsucks with the 10. Anyone who supports this war against the Persians is either goy cattle or full evil boomer tard. This is evil. If you do not think and know it as such, then you're evil too. I guess I'm the villain. It's only a matter of time. Never relish being evil? Nah, you gotta commit some evil to take down the greater evil. Are you into Pokemon? I'm into Pokemon for hundreds of thousands of dollars. But yeah, I do like Pokemon. A lot. Just find it ironic he chooses to shit on Jeremy for doing the same thing. He will. Yeah, exactly, man. And you already know behind the scenes he's been reporting you too, like for TOS violations, I'm sure. The TCG, yup. I do like the TCG. I have a ton of cards. Let's see. Oh, wait. Yeah, let me put you here real quick. I have a full set of the EX era, like EX cards, PSA 9 or higher. And then I was going to see if I could find... This isn't like a super up-to-date picture, but it's like the last one I took of like everything I have. And kind of the nicer end of things, so... This is kind of outdated, but... Gives you an idea of kind of the stuff I buy. Like this card I don't have anymore. I still have this one, still have that one. Have these with the Rayquaza as well now. I got rid of that one. Still have that one, still have that one, still have that. I don't have that anymore. I have that. Don't have that anymore. I still have this. This is one of my favorites personally. Still have that. Don't have this one. Have that one. Have that one. Still have all my Mews. Let's see. I don't think this one has anything really... Yeah, this one doesn't really have anything that great in it. I have a bunch of other stuff, too, like a Gold Star, Groudon. I wish I had pictures. But yeah, I've got a bunch of Pokemon cards.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You really like the modern cards? I haven't really gotten into the modern stuff personally. I haven't really gotten too heavy into modern. I mean, some of them look nice. The only, I guess, qualm I have with modern is the fact that, you know, it's kind of hard to have uniformity, if that makes sense. Like, when you put a bunch of the modern cards next to each other, because the art styles and just kind of look of the cards is so different, it makes kind of curating a collection a little bit more difficult, if that makes sense. But, I don't know, there's some modern cards I really like. Like the Phantasmal Flames Charizard I really want. I think that looks really nice. And then also I do like the new Dragonite as well from Ascended Heroes. Ah, shit. Yeah, personally, I really like the Japanese modern cards. Because, like, with the full arts, the texture on the cards looks so much better. Which, if you don't care about reading them, which I don't, because I don't play the game. Like, honestly, I like the Japanese modern stuff a lot more. It just looks so good in comparison. Like, the print quality is far superior. The colors look better. You can see, like, the actual details of the foil pattern a lot better. I don't know. Personally, I like the Japanese stuff for modern in particular, which, yeah, the value's not the same, but at that point, it's like, I just care about the eye appeal. Yeah, well, it's just because, you know, the Japanese language is only spoken one country with, what, 100+ million people? Meanwhile, English is spoken in pretty much every country to some degree. And, you know, the U.S. has 300+ thousand, or 350-ish, I guess, million people. Then you have the U.K. Most of Europe has some form of functional English taught. So, then there's all the other countries too, like Australia, South Africa, you know, places all around the world that have some form of, you know, basic English literacy. So, English has the bigger market, whereas, you know, Japanese is basically exclusively spoken in Japan. And also, the reason why they're cheaper too is because Japanese card quality is so much better that you can just assume that your card's probably going to get a PSA 10. Whereas English, you know, the assumption is that there's probably something wrong with it. So the premium for a good condition card is much higher because the majority aren't in good condition. So it's kind of one of those weird things. Griff trying to show off in front of a foid? Where? Bruh. I don't think talking about Pokemon cards is a great way to show off in front of a void, bruh. Like, if anything, that's gonna be, you know, nerd alert. Let's see. So, Ricardo Cumsucks with the 5. Jethro is a J. Anyone who supports Trump or his movement is also a J to me. I can smell evil. I can smell them from a mile away. Brutal, man. So that means like half the country is a J now. Yikes. It truly is over then. Ricardo just needs a girl, man. Everybody does, bro. You know? If only. But yeah, I need to take a better collection picture at some point. I don't think I have anything that's better than that, unfortunately. Because a lot of that stuff, like, I trade a lot, so stuff's old. According to Google, Trump's approval rating is now 34 to 37%. Yeah, dude, and he had an 11% chance of winning in 2016, so... I don't know if I'd put too much weight behind that, to be completely honest, bro. They also did a poll recently where it was like, would you change your vote compared to a year ago or whatever it was? And it was like 95% said no. So look at it that way if you want a contradicting poll, but yeah, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, globalism should take over so we can open everyone's eyes, then we can easily reverse it. Exactly, man. Exactly. It's just that easy, right? It's just like hitting the undo button, dude. Look how well NAFTA turned out, where all of our jobs got sent overseas. And we essentially destroyed American manufacturing for, you know, basically the next century. I don't think we're ever going to get it back in any time soon. It's going to take, you know, decades to rebuild that infrastructure. Chinese cars are just oversized knockoff toys. Yeah, they have some serious quality control problems. I mean, that's the thing, though, is like the Chinese just pump out stuff. They don't care about quality. Look at like all those ghost cities, for example. Like a lot of people think like, oh, well, they just didn't have enough people to move that. No, it's literally that the construction quality was so low that, you know, it's just cheaper to leave all the buildings up than tear them down and just leave them empty because they're not habitable. Because, you know, they didn't adhere to the construction standards. Well, the thing is with, you know, this is the issue with Chinese construction, is it's state subsidized. So there's a huge incentive to just cut as many corners as possible so you can save as much money as possible and therefore profit as much money as possible, because the government quite literally can't overlook every single like decision or, you know, materials, acquisition, like it's basically impossible. It's like free money. Same thing with US contracting, is once you get the money in hand, the quality of product you deliver is, you know, questionable. And because, like, the Chinese have also this system in place where when you're buying a house, you start paying the mortgage before the house is even built. So there are people who are buying apartments and buildings that haven't even had, you know, the ground laid properly. So they haven't even begun construction and you're already paying a mortgage. So again, now there's a massive incentive to just never build the building because you already collected the down payments. You've already been collecting the mortgage for 5, you know, 10 years in some cases. Well, you've already profited. So why not just walk away and leave it unfinished? So there's a lot of, you know, really shady shit that goes on in the Chinese infrastructure spending kind of realm and building industry. And there's zero incentive for actual quality. Because on top of that, you can just pay off the inspectors and party officials at the local level to say, yup, everything looks kosher. Yeah, I think they're lying about China's population, too. Because they had that one China policy for, like, over, what, 2 or 3 decades? And there's no way. There's no way the population exponentially increased to that degree with only 1 child being born per couple. The population should have been declining rapidly if that was the case. Because as people died, you know, there shouldn't be enough people to replace them. So there should have been a population decline in those decades, not increase. I saw a video today of in China, girls are asking old dudes for money, and they give the girls money because the old guys are lonely simps. Well, you've heard about, too, the shortage of women, right? Like in China, there's a huge shortage of Chinese women because during the one-child policy, you know, when you could only have 1 child, most couples aborted all of their female children in favor of having male children because the male children could carry on the family name, which in China is incredibly important. So there's like quite literally an entire generation or 2 of men where the ratio of male to women is like 2 or 3 to 1. So only like 1/3 of Chinese men have a female partner their own age. Like that, I guess, could even be, you know, in the running. So yeah, the Chinese have also been going outside to, you know, places like Vietnam and Thailand and, you know, places like that to try and get married. And because of that, you know, a lot of the Chinese culture is now starting to degrade, which is why they passed that thing recently to prioritize Han Chinese cultural norms. And, you know, it's a whole mess, bro. It's a whole mess. But yeah, the divorce rates in China are crazy. Divorce in China is wild. Divorcing in China is pretty fucking insane. Like, Chinese women, I think, get divorced more frequently than any other group of women on Earth because of the divorce fraud that takes place. Let's see. Ricardo Cumsucks at the 10. Imagine seeing our government exploding a school full of kids and we cheer for it. I don't think anybody's cheering for that, bro. I don't think anybody's celebrating that. This is evil. Anyone who supports this is evil. I only have the love of God. I cannot abide evil. Yeah, but I don't think anybody's cheering for that. So I don't think anybody was like, yeah, blow up a school, dude. I did? I don't think so. I distinctly remember saying, yeah, it sucks that it happens, but that's what happens when you put a school on a military base. You know, Arab nations like Iran typically do that type of shit in order to basically use their civilian population as a human shield. So they put military installations near civilian targets in order to, you know, try and basically meat shield, essentially. Rent-A-Dog was cheering. Brutal, man. Yeah, the leadership of Iran is Arab. That's the thing. Yeah, Iran was conquered by the Arabs a very long time ago. So, like most of the other Middle Eastern countries, you know, the Islamic horde, aka the Ottoman Empire, came through and basically just, you know, raped and pillaged and then force converted a bunch of people to Islam. So it's illegal in Iran to convert to any other religion, so. No, they weren't Christian, Ricardo. The Christians in Iran had to flee when the Ayatollah took over, so when the Shah of Iran got kicked out, that's when the IRGC started executing all the Christians. So a lot of them had to flee. It's illegal to convert to Christianity in Iran today. Punishable by death. Bruh, do not say that I banned Rent-A-Dog because I abuse my power. He fucking chopped a woman's hand off and fucking butchered her. So, yeah, 37 years in prison, bitch. But yeah, I'm abusing my fucking power. Jeez. You know, God forbid. Are you saying to be a Christian in Iran? It's illegal. Dude, if you try to convert to Christianity in Iran, you will literally be punished by death. It's illegal. It's not legal to convert to Christianity in Iran. No, it's not. Yeah, it is. Is it illegal to convert to Christianity in Iran? Yes, converting from Islam to Christianity is illegal in Iran and constitutes a crime equivalent to treason or apostasy. Apostasy, renouncing Islam, can be punished by death, and converts often face imprisonment, interrogation, and harassment from authorities, with converts from Muslim backgrounds receiving no tolerance. So, yeah, it's illegal. You literally cannot become a Christian in Iran. They will literally fucking kill you for it. It's considered treason. Look up Christian population of Iran. Give me a second. Let's see. Christian population. Estimates of the Christian population in Iran vary, with studies suggesting about 1.5% of the population identifies as Christian, while government data reports a smaller, officially recognized number around 130,000, which would be about 0.2%. So, yeah, less than 1% of the population if you believe the government numbers. Most of them fled when the Shah was kicked out because, again, the IRGC started killing them. There are 1 million there? Yeah, but in a country with over 100 million people, that's barely anything. That's like saying that, you know, the US is a Jewish country because we have 6 million Jews who live here. Like, no, we also have 300 million Christians. So, yeah, when you look at it that way, it's not, you know... I mean, if anything, we have a stronger case in the U.S. to say that we're a Jewish country because there's, you know, a higher percentage of Jewish people in the U.S. than there are Christians in Iran. Over 1 million? No, that's not the number. It said 750,000 at most, or 130,000 if you believe in the government numbers. So it's 130,000 if you want to go with official numbers from the government. Why do you care about Christians anyway? Last I heard you were into some pagan shit. Yeah, I don't think Ricardo's Christian, but I don't know. I am not Christian? Okay, so what does it matter? What significance does the Christian population of Iran matter then? I mean, I don't really care what percentage of, you know, I don't know what's it gonna, of China is Muslim, and they're putting the, you know, the Uyghurs in concentration camps, as Joe Biden said, but instead said Uyghurs. So, I don't know. It's not really my concern. They're putting the Uyghurs in concentration. I wish, bro. Can we put the Uyghurs in concentration camps? I mean, honestly, I'd be alright if we did that here. Round up all of them. Every single one of them. If you're a white guy wearing Jordan 1s, to the fucking camps, bitch. To the camps. Brutal, man. They can drive their girl's car there, exactly. The Jeep they got for graduating high school. Did I see Raymond's latest post on his community page? I did not. I don't follow him, so I don't see anything he posts. Trying to use our empathy against us? Exactly, man. Exactly. That's the strategy, man. They share none of our morals, but they're more than happy to use our morals against us. It makes us weak. We have to harden our hearts. Save our empathy for our own people. Not foreigners that would weaponize it against us. I don't think Andy has dove deep enough into Raymond in order to dislike him.
I can't afford this.
You know, because Raymond, your initial reaction is you kind of feel bad for him. It's like, oh yeah, man. You know, sure, everybody's life sucks. But then, the more and more you hear him talk, the more you realize that his misery is of his own making, and his stupid life decisions are what led him to this point. Not really any, you know, external circumstances outside of his control.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Anabolic plays with the 2 Reed Rays for... Okay, yeah, I can check it out. And Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. Keep lapping up the glorious J-Slop. I'm not, though. Like, what J-Slop am I lapping up? I'm not a Christian, but I know evil. I know it, can see it, and hate it. Anyone who does what we do is evil? Yeah, I don't know, man. I think the Islamic horde is definitely the greater evil in the world, personally. There's not a single force in human history that has done more damage to the Western world than the Islamic horde. You know, we essentially obtained paradise on Earth in the form of Western civilization. And look at what's happened to Europe since importing it. Now, do you think the UK was better off or worse prior to, you know, 10 million Pakistanis? No, it's not shame on us. Like, adopting this third worldist mentality of like, oh no, think of the noble savage. Like, boo fucking who? They've been instigating this shit for almost 50 years. Time to pay the fucking coal toll, bitch. Like, boo-hoo. You don't get to act like a fucking bully for 40-something years, and then all of a sudden, when you finally get hit, you cry victim. Like, no. The Iranian government has literally been the #1 funder of terrorism across the globe. They are a hostile state to the West, and especially the United States. We owe them nothing. They have done nothing but instigate us for decades, and we've done little to nothing in return to them. So now it's time to pay the fucking price, and now all of a sudden we're supposed to feel empathy? Like, fuck no. We tried for 47 years. So, I don't have any sympathy, to be honest. It's not a good country. It's not a good government they have. They're not good people. They literally just massacred almost 40,000 of their own people who were protesting, bro. Like, if you really are concerned about Iranian lives, there's no greater threat to Iranians than their own fucking government. So, escapism is king? Exactly, man. As long as I can crank it to my waifus, who cares? For real, for real. Yeah, dude, Iran would specifically target our schools if they had the opportunity to do so.
I can't afford this shit!
Ricardo Comstocks of the two, so are you allied with Israel? No. I don't give a shit what happens to Israel either. Like, let's say the shoe was on the other foot and the U.S. airstruck Israel and, you know, a civilian target got hit that was a school. You know, I wouldn't be on the internet crying about it either. I don't really care, to be completely honest. Like, it doesn't really matter to me. Like, if Israel was actively being hostile towards the United States and we, you know, return the favor, let's say, and it happens that a civilian target gets hit in the midst of the attack, like, I don't give a shit. Like, I'm not all of a sudden gonna have, you know, massive amounts of empathy for my enemy. It's not gonna make me heckin' sad or demand that, you know, the aggression cease immediately, or, you know, we need to all sing Kumbaya around the campfire and pass around a fucking blunt. Like, I don't know. It doesn't really bug me. Collateral damage, unfortunately, is a reality of any combat scenario. Has been since the advent of warfare. So, it's unfortunate when it happens, but, you know, nobody wants it to happen. But to act like we're the greatest evil in the world over something that was, you know, merely an accident is pretty dumb. Ricardo Comstocks at the 5. So suppose Iran struck a school here and 150 kids were gone in a moment. You would not care? No, I would care because it's in the US. See? That's the difference. It's my country, my people. It's not really an equivalent scenario. What if a black school was hit? Whoa! But yeah, no, they're like striking inside of a like. There's a huge difference between us striking another country versus our country getting struck by another country. So I'm not even arguing the Iranians shouldn't be pissed off over it. I get why they'd be pissed off over it, but you know. That's for them to concern themselves with, not me. I care about my country. I mean, you can feel it's evil, man. Like, I'm not going to tell you how to feel, but I just don't care. Like, I don't think it's evil. I think the U.S., if anything, is a little too good for its own good. I think for a very long time we've underutilized our military and have allowed our enemies on the global scale to fortify their position, where we should have removed them a long time ago. So, if anything, I think the U.S. military has been a little too restrained in its international action. You know the solution, put women in power. Yeah. Griffin loves Manifest Destiny. I do. I do love it. No, my dad specifically told me he didn't want me to join the military. So, He specifically told me he didn't want me to join the military because, you know, of all the shit he saw and had to deal with towards the end of his time in it, and like how bullshit a lot of stuff was getting under Barack. So that was the thing. Griff Raymond is telling me to bring fertilizer vans to data centers. I'll do what must be done. That's right, dude. We gotta save Ohio. What a LARP, bro. What a fucking LARP. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm not going to be demoralized into, like, being like, oh, we're all evil, guys. We just need to lay down and die so the noble browns can take over the world and the white man can fade from existence once more. It's just like, fuck that, dude. Like, sorry. If we're going to actually win this shit long term, 150 is not even going to be a fucking blip on the radar. Like, that's the ironic part, bro. Motherfuckers will Hitler post and then, you know, cry over, like, one person dying in an airstrike. It's like, what the fuck are we doing here, man? Like, you know? It's, like, insane. Absolutely insane. You know, all white people need to be gassed so that the noble browns can live in peace. Yeah, no thank you. I don't really plan on laying down and dying personally, but hey. Using our taxpayer dollars to fund Griffin's lifestyle. Yo, I'll take the tax money. But I don't know, dude. Like, we're basically going full circle back to, like, 1960s hippie talking points. And that's supposedly the new based right wing. A bunch of pseudo hippies, which, I mean, they're even adopting the fucking weed at this point. So it's like, yeah. Mr. Spice Lencher with the 5. I scared him though because I started talking about sending them to Masonic temples and 5G towers. Raymond isn't a true schizo like me, it's just a show. Bruh. The Masonic temples. Brutal, dude. Oh my god. We are evil? No, we are not, Ricardo. We are not evil. Go take a long, storied look at the Iranian regime. And then, if you come to the conclusion that we're the greater evil in that scenario, I don't know what to tell you, man. The biggest Masonic temple in Sydney has like 500 people going into it daily. Interesting. Yeah, I actually know a guy from Australia who was approached by the Freemasons. And, you know, they requested that he join. He denied it, but he says that he wishes he would have done it. He's a pretty wealthy dude, too. Yeah, all of this Iran shit is culminating in a massive demoralization campaign. They're basically mass fucking, you know, brainwashing the entire Western civilization to detest war. All violence is evil. Any loss of life is grounds for immediate cessation. Like, do you not realize how fucking worthless and weak that makes us if that's the standard we hold ourselves to? Like, it's all an effort to weaken Western society even further. Because the only advantage the West still has is we have the better military. No military in any other part of the world could ever withstand Western military aggression. Period. So what do? You destroy the morale of the people and breed this hatred of war in order to weaken the military from within. Would I rather have Raymond or the quartering? Definitely the quartering, bro. Definitely the quartering.
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
Is the music scaring me? No. Not in the slightest. Why does my nose make a squeaking noise when I breathe? I have no clue. Why does anything happen? Ricardo, if anything, being anti-war is J-pilled because the Jays don't like war because they can't win them. So, weakening Western civilization militarily is the ultimate end goal. No, but Vietnam and the, you know, response to that was predominantly led by Jays in the music industry and the media, so. That was the foundation of the left hating the military. So. You know, you basically had an entire generation of boomers that were literally cheering on the victory of the Vietnamese versus their own soldiers. Like, do you know how fucking, like, psyop that fucking shit is? They literally had U.S. citizens by the tens of millions cheering for a foreign power over their own family members, their neighbors, their classmates, their co-workers. That's fucking insane, bro. It's the ultimate fucking, you know, just brain fuck. They absolutely mind fucked the boomer population into literally cheering for the downfall of the United States. Yeah, exactly. Through the heavy-handed anti-communist policies, they basically changed people's sentiment in favor of communism, exactly as planned. So, the subversion of many aspects of Western society are in full effect. Ricardo, I think you have a very different definition of celebrating than I do, because Again, I've remained pretty neutral on the whole Iran thing, I would say. I don't really care too much about it. I don't think it's really an issue to wipe them out if we do. You know, it's one less adversarial nation in the world, so whatever, it's not a bad thing. But I have never been, like, championing it, like, oh, we need to do it right now! It's of the utmost urgency, you know, Iran is the greatest threat posed to the United States. Like, that's not me. So... But I will always support the U.S. over any other country when it comes to any form of military conflict, because this is my country, not Iran. So it doesn't matter what, you know, capacity the U.S. military is being mobilized. I will never root for the, you know, downfall of the U.S. Period. Damn. This country is a farce, but it's the best one we have, so that's just the truth. There's nowhere else any of us are going, so it can't be that bad, right? None of us are in a rush to leave. None of us are in a rush to leave. The only sympathy I have are the Persian people, being myself one of them, but never the Islamics involved of Iran to hell with Islam. Yeah, that's exactly it, bro. That's the entire thing. It's like, you know, pretty much everything that's happened has been very, very coordinated and targeted. It's not like this mass invasion of, like, you know, sweep the streets of all Iranians or anything like that. So, yeah, if the Islamic regime falls, it's a net benefit for the entire world, period. One less Islamic caliphate, you know, is a good thing. Especially for the people of Iran, but, you know, kind of ironic. It's like similar to the whole Venezuela thing, where all the Venezuelans were celebrating the capture of Maduro, and a bunch of white leftists in the United States were crying and bitching about it. It's like ironic. And let's see, I say we just glass Iran. It won't affect. I mean, you could apply that to any country, to be completely honest, bro. It's like People are way too, like, emotionally attached to what they see on social media that day of the week. Leave to where? That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, if it's so evil, why is nobody leaving? But the reality is the U.S. is the best chance we've got. You know? So, it's not perfect, but it's the best we've got. So, it's foolish to abandon it. Well, dude, Ireland's a hell of a lot less brown than the U.S. So, Ireland has a lot less diversity than the United States does.
The tide of battle has turned in our favor.
Yeah, it is sad what's happened to London, man. Looking at that old footage is just so blackpilling. Yep, Patton did say that we fought on the wrong side, and then all of a sudden he died. They were afraid he was going to run for president. Because he definitely would have won. He was far more popular than Eisenhower was, so...
Restored to combat readiness. Arch enemy agents neutralized. The tide of battle has turned in our favor. I return, ready to take my vengeance. Our allies are halfway done. mission.
Same with California, a once great state. Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. The thing is, man, it's like everything can be destroyed from within, and we're witnessing that in real time. Now imagine a scenario where we don't even have a military to fight back, you know? That's the ultimate, you know, end goal.
Astartes, push for dominance.
Let's see.
Redeploy for combat. We lost the advantage. Reclaim it at once.
Yeah, exactly, bro. I wish, like, you know, I really wish Trump would just tell the judges to fuck off, tell Congress to fuck off, and just get shit done. And then basically give the execute order 66, you know, dog whistle out to the base to, you know, secure his position.
Rally point updated.
Let's see. Alright. Guess we can go ahead and do videos and shit. I don't think we have many videos to watch tonight anyway. So, maybe I'll be getting off a little earlier than normal. Let's see. Ricardo Cumsucks of the 5. This country is straight trash. Okay, but where are we gonna go? Our people are fat cattle, complacent garbage.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Refuse. Trump is evil. Wake up. All right, but where are we going? This is the question. It's like, where are we going then? This is the last hoorah. This is all we have left. So, there's nowhere to run to. So yeah, the U.S. has its problems, but there's not anywhere better to go. So, where are we going? What place is so much better that, you know, we can all flee to and, you know, start our lives there instead?
I can't afford this shit!
This land is filth? But yeah, where are we going? Where is this land that's not filth? Where are we going that's so much better? There's nowhere else to run. We're going to Brazil. The jaguars can't eat all of us? That's right. When they're all fat from gorging on most of us, then we kill them. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like this dismissal of like, oh yeah, dude, the US fucking sucks, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, well, what's the better option? There isn't one. There isn't one. For as much shit wrong as we have, the rest of the world is equally, if not exponentially more fucked. The U.S. does suck. This country's trash. Okay, but what country are we going to that's so much better? Where are we going? Why are we still here then? So, but yeah, where are we going though? If all hope is lost, it needs to crash and burn. Where are we going? Dude, what the fuck is this? Hold on. We gotta pull this up real quick. Holy shit. Hold on. This is wild. Let me see. Look at this shit, bro. Tucker tells the New York Times that President Trump puts a literal spell on people to weaken them and make them compliant. And it might be supernatural. And then I don't know who this foid is supposed to be, but...
I can fix that.
But yeah, let's see. Yeah, he's a fucking Jedi. Let's see.
People, as there always are, and Trump engenders cowardice in the people around him through intimidation. And there is a kind of quality that he has that's spellbinding, and I think it probably literally is a spell.
Oh my god. He's a wizard! He's a wizard, guys. Donald Trump is the wizard. Or actually, he's the Sith that we've been looking for all this time.
And the effect is to weaken people around him and make them more compliant and more confused. And I've experienced this myself. You spend a day with Trump and sort of like you're in this kind of dreamland. It's like smoking hash or something. It's interesting. Very interesting. And there may be a supernatural component to it. I'm not a theologian, but it's real. And anyone who's been around him can tell you it's real. Instead, you know, there were...
I saw, dude... it's just, there's so many clips from this fucking interview. They're just like insane. Dude, Tucker really is off the fucking reservation now, man. It's called Aura, exactly, man.
A lot of cowardly people, as there always are, and Trump engenders cowardice in the people around him through intimidation. And there is a kind of quality.
Basically, Tucker's admitting here that Donald Trump big dick energied him. Like, basically, Trump's aura cock is so massive that it just slugged Tucker right across the face. And the moment he came into contact with Trump, he could feel his fear and stress and anxiety spike. He didn't know how to handle all that aura, bro. That's the power of the MAGA cock.
He has that's spellbinding, and I think it probably literally is a spell. And the effect is to weaken.
Yeah, no, dude, it's like that shit in Bleach when they activate their spiritual pressure, and it like floors the lesser spirits. You know what I'm talking about? Like in Bleach when you know, Aizen, for example, goes all out and it like brings, you know, Ichigo and all of them to their fucking knees. Like, dude, it's hold on. Let me see this real quick. I'm gonna see if I can find the clip. But it's like literally that. That's exactly what he's describing. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. This is what I'm looking for. One second. Yeah, here we go. This. Mute the music, but watch. The pressure, bro. It's literally that. It's like literally that exactly. You know, the second he appears, the pressure starts, you know, weighing down on him. But yeah, this shit's funny, bro.
People around him and make them more compliant and more confused. And I've experienced this myself. You spend a day with Trump and sort of like you're in this kind of dreamland. It's like smoking hash or something. It's interesting, very interesting. And there may be a supernatural component to it. I'm not a theologian, but it's real, and anyone who's been around him can tell you it's real.
The MAGA cock, bro. That shit's crazy, man. Oh, yeah, dude, she looks at him like he's fucking crazy the entire time. I pulled up that clip the other day, which I can pull it up again real quick. There's so many great clips from that interview. It's like insane how retarded Tucker is. Yeah, this one.
What I was saying, which is you cannot mock other people's gods.
Yes, you can.
And put yourself in their place. Period. That is a deal killer for me. That's worse than the war with Iran, in my opinion.
Yeah, but I ask because, you know, you've been talking on your show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I have not said that.
On your show, the day after Easter, you noted he did not put his hand on the Bible during his swearing-in ceremony as president. You said, and I'm quoting, maybe he didn't put his hand on the Bible because he affirmatively rejects what's inside that book. And then on a recent show, you went further saying, here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist? Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist? Well, who knows? I don't know where that comes from, but I know that those words never left my lips because I'm not sure I fully understand what the Antichrist is. If there's just one...
It never left his lips, dude.
I actually tried to understand it. I may have said some are asking that. I'm not weighing in on that because I don't understand it. Just to be totally
No, in
clear.
Revelations...
Is Tucker a Mormon? No, but he's probably a moron.
Obviously, the...
It's just insane, bro. This is the woke right. Trump is the bruh, Ricardo. All right, dog, you're just like spouting dumb shit now. Come on, dude. Come on, bro. All right, so first up, we got this, which the title is intriguing. All black-run African cities are dirty and collapsing.
I would like to take you on a...
Well, it's definitely to the point. It is definitely to the point, man. I don't think there's any other way to interpret that title. Let's see.
On a trip around Africa, showcasing first-hand videos of various African cities. The footage in this video was captured by me during my travels throughout the continent.
Yeah, this is the guy who did the IQ test.
All African cities are jungle, dirty and messy. Many African cities were designed and built by Europeans. For example, Abuja, which opened in 1991, is now 35 years old and beginning to resemble a pizza. Abuja was built from scratch. It should be vibrant and modern, but unfortunately, it is far from that. Abuja suffers from poor sanitation, with residents often urinating and littering in public spaces. Not even often. They do that as a lifestyle. Cattle, people, rubbish, and all sorts of waste share the same area. The constant sound of car horns can be overwhelming. How did we end up with a situation like this? This is not just a peripheral issue, it happens in the heart of Abuja. The residents' driving style reflects the city's chaotic planning. For instance, they regularly create additional lanes on what is supposed to be a 3-lane. Lagos is another nightmare. Lagos is Africa's worst city. In fact, Lagos is the worst city in the world. The only reason why it comes second is because Syria's Damascus is in war. Lagos is also the capital of public urination. They urinate on the street like wild animals. Then, Lagos's largest area, called Lekki, it's a peninsula.
Yeah, he is definitely not fucking mincing his words, dude. This guy's pretty based.
Which is just about the size of New.
But this is what it's gonna take, bro. People need to be fucking honest about this shit. The coddling and the posturing and all this other bullshit that enables this behavior is literally hurting more than it's helping. You know, it takes people being brutally honest that, you know, this shit is not going to fucking fix itself. You know, something has to change.
New York City. When it rains, Lekki becomes the world's largest open swimming pool. Then imagine what would happen to the litter, urine, and feces that are poured daily on the streets of Lagos. What a sad sight. This is what humans with brains have evolved into. Moving on to Dakar. Dakar was established as a French military post in 1857, and the French developed the city. In 1960, it was granted independence, and functioning institutions were established to support its governance. However, Dakar currently resembles an open rubbish dump where animals and humans coexist.
Jeez.
During my walk through the central areas of Dakar, I was struck by the terrible smell, the litter everywhere, and the open gutters. I want to clarify that my comments are not meant to disparage the Senegalese people, whom I hold in high regard. However, my concern is that the city's condition is quite alarming. Still in West Africa, let's quickly touch on Abidjan and Accra, then make a brief stop in Central Africa, then head to East Africa, and then to Black Africa's finest region, Southern Africa. Abidjan is likely West Africa's finest city, but look at this. If this is the most beautiful city in West Africa, then about 500 million West Africans have the most underdeveloped infrastructure known to man. I mean, look at the litter and mismanagement of the city that the French founded and built from the ground up in 1898 and handed back to the Ivorians in 1960 after independence. This is appalling. Yes, it does have some okay roads here and there, but overall, it is terribly underdeveloped, mismanaged, and dirty. Moving on to its neighbor, Accra. Accra isn't very different. Accra is equally laughable. The city was made the British colonial capital and was built by the British. In 1957, it gained independence from the British. It too was left a working city with the Great British Foundation. Now look at what it has become. Open gutters, people urinating in public, and litter everywhere, with infrastructure that looks like something a 5-year-old European would draw. Now moving on to Douala and Yaoundé, Cameroon, Central Africa. Cameroon is arguably...
If you made this video, you'd be in prison for racism? Probably, man. Probably.
One of the world's largest human slums with some of the worst infrastructure known to man. Both cities were also founded and built by Europeans. It too was granted independence in 1960 with functioning institutions in place. They have mismanaged the land, turning it into a human zoo. Moving on to Luanda, Angola. With a glance at the Portuguese infrastructure, you think Luanda is a top-notch city, but behind the magnificent European structures lie the ruins caused by Black Africans. As you move away from the city, it gets even worse. Luanda only gained independence in 1975. The city was founded in 1576, so the Portuguese blueprint built and ruled this city for almost 400 years. And in 50 years, Blacks have turned it into a city in dire need of the Portuguese. West and Central Africa are the worst of Africa. They are Africa's greatest nightmare. They make up 80% of the African immigrants you see flooding Europe and North America. Unlike West and Central Africa, Kenya in East Africa looks slightly improved by African standards. Bear in mind, Nairobi, at face value, it looks like an underdeveloped Okage city with some good infrastructure here and there and some good roads in between. But if you dig deeper, the cracks starts to show. Black Africa is going to be Black Africa. Nairobi grew slowly, but since becoming the British East Africa Protectorate in 1895, the British developed it into a metropolitan area. In 1960, like its cousin...
Yeah, dude, you gotta stop using plastic straws so we can save the planet. Meanwhile, yup.
In West and Central Africa, it was granted independence with functioning institutions and a clean city. Now look at what it has become. Dirty, dilapidated, and overwhelmingly underdeveloped. The distance from Senegal to Europe is almost 3 times shorter than to Kenya. Not a single word in their languages is the same, yet their cities look virtually identical. Moving on to Kigali, Rwanda. Kigali has shown that you don't need to be wealthy to have clean cities or country. The city is so clean that you can barely find a single piece of litter on the street.
That's probably because they punish people who do.
Coming from the brink of collapse after the 1994 genocide, Rwanda has enacted draconian policies that have brought discipline and fear at the same time into the lives of its citizens.
That's what it takes.
Have one of the lowest crime rates in the world, despite being an impoverished country. Now,
that's what it takes.
Now we're moving to Southern Africa. We start with Gaborone, the capital of Botswana. With fewer than 300,000 people and a relatively nascent city, Gaborone isn't very developed. Even the central areas aren't properly paved, leaving the air suffocated by endless dust. As soon as you leave the central area by a mere few kilometers, you'd find slums and people living in deplorable conditions. How hard can it be to manage a country of fewer than 3 million people with abundant diamond resources? Having said that, Southern African countries have lower poverty rates and are relatively stable compared to Western and Central African countries. Now we're moving to Namibia, Windhoek, Namibia. I'd say it is one of the cleanest cities in Africa. Namibia has the second largest white population in Africa, and this shows in its infrastructure. It was part of South Africa until it gained independence in 1990. Since then, the minority white and majority black population have lived almost like a segregated people. White, white, black, black, but still peaceful. Windhoek is a clean city until you travel a few kilometers outside of Long Independence Avenue from the heart of Windhoek into the slums of the poor black neighborhood. No white Namibian lives in poverty, and every Namibian living in poverty is black. Still, the black more or less learned from the white. Unlike Nigeria and West Africa, they built most of Windhoek's infrastructure and have continued to maintain a decent level of cleanliness. For a country of just 3 million people, like its neighbor Botswana, endowed with diamond, it should not have so many poor people, isn't it? Now, moving on to South Africa, we're going to touch on Johannesburg, Sandton, and Cape Town. Johannesburg is rapidly becoming Black Africa, whilst Cape Town has stayed quasi-European. Nowhere in Africa makes the data so glaring that black people can't build or manage anything than South Africa. It's like being given Tokyo on a platter, then coming back in less than 30 years to find Lagos. Even with that, as you approach the airport, the city center, and Sandton, you can feel the glare of a collapsing top-notch city that the Europeans built. Cape Town, on the other hand, is still okayish because the whites are in control of things.
It's like when I went to Jamaica and the taxi driver we had was like literally saying like he wishes the British would come back and fix shit because the local government can't do anything. You know, all the roads are falling apart, the buildings are falling apart, nothing actually ever gets done, the power outages, water, you know, issues with like the cleanliness. It's like, you know, a lot of these countries are far fucking worse off than they were, you know, a mere couple decades ago. So maybe the colonial rule wasn't so bad after all. The standard of living has only gone down since they left.
We all pray that it stays that way. Wherever white people go, they build, whilst wherever black people go, they destroy. Data don't care about your feelings. There is no record of any black people having ever built anything. It's time to humble ourselves.
He's like really not mincing words, man.
Accept our...
If a white guy said this shit, they would be TOS'd from this platform in 3 fucking seconds.
Shortcomings and learn. Sandton and Cape Town could pass for a developed city. All hope is not gone for South Africa. It is still not too late to hand it back to the whites. Europeans didn't only build Europe, they also built Africa. Black Africans have destroyed Africa, not Europeans. I have been to all the cities and countries presented in this video. The black man requires a fundamental change if he is to catch up with the rest of the world. If you think we're wrong, if you think we missed anything, please leave them in the comment section below. And also, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Thanks for watching.
And the situation's even more dire if you take away foreign aid out of the equation, because the entirety of Africa is a food desert. They don't produce enough food in order to feed their own populations. So if all foreign aid was cut off to Africa and they actually had to fend for themselves, it would literally be mass starvation. So, you know, things are this bad with us basically feeding the entire population of the continent. So think about that for a minute. How bad things could really get. Hold on one second. This stupid thing is popping up. There we go. We can read some of the comments. The only good roads I've seen in Africa go from the presidential palace to the airport. It's like being given Tokyo on a platter and coming back 30 years later to find Lagos. As a Nigerian, I felt it and support it. Lagos is the smelliest, dirtiest city in Africa. As Africans, we need to take responsibility for our own actions. My mother taught it was impossible to clean a house using dirty cloths. Lots of people call you a sellout for stating the truth and working for Africa. We adore you. Your awakening videos that help Africans to be more critical and sharper. Don't stop your mission. Africa needs more of you. He says incredible things that no one else is brave enough to say. The first step in solving a problem is to admit there is one. It's a cruel world. If it's raining, I can't fix my roof. If it's sunny, there's no need to fix my roof. Yeah, that's actually pretty fucking accurate. Just presenting the facts, no emotional stirring, misleading people, or excuses. Just the facts. Great video. We are crying for our beautiful country, South Africa. The sad thing is they blame other races for their failures and shortcomings. Continuing to donate money can't fix behavior. Exactly. The most honest African on social media. Thank you.
You're poor.
So,
you're fucking poor.
I'd say he got a pretty good response to that, which is good to see. But yeah, that was a very good video, I would say. Let's see. So, Hunter eats Hunter with the 2. Okay. And Blood Sunny with the 2. Okay. And Mr. Spice Lyncher with the 2. Manu Short YouTube sent. All right, I gotta look at it first.
The question stayed in my head.
Okay, this is fine.
The question stayed in my head. Am I autistic? The question stayed in my head. Too loud, too much, always misunderstood instead. Crowded rooms drained all my energy. Small talk felt fake, exhausting me. I masked all day just to belong, thinking something must be wrong. Then I took the autism test. 2 minutes, simple questions, honest answers.
Question 1. Have you 100%ed Glenad? Question 2. Do you listen to Tsukahime music? It's over.
And suddenly it made sense. I wasn't broken. I was on the spectrum, now I get it.
Dude, I hate this foid singing where they're just like, oh, it sounds like I'm getting fucked while singing. It's so obnoxious, dude. These fucking bitches just moan into the mic like they're getting their fucking back blown out while trying to sing along to a song they don't really know the words to. It's obnoxious. Every single fucking foid singer does this shit.
Myself more grace. I take my time. I take my space. Understanding my brain changed everything. Knowing myself was a missing thing. If you've been asking what's wrong with
50,000 likes.
this test, my brain clear. The question stayed in my.
Oh yeah, this test. Holy shit, man. It's so annoying. Every single foid does that shit it sings. Yeah, but the music is based off of real music. Yeah, it's AI, obviously, but it has to use a reference to get to that. Ugh, man. 6 o'clock, huh?
Before the video starts, can I just take a second to thank everybody? This channel celebrated its 2-year anniversary a couple days ago, and that's a big accomplishment. It sounds cheesy, but you all keep me motivated to continue with these videos each week, so without all your support, I doubt we would have made it here. Not with this amount of success anyway, but this channel is far from done. In fact, I want to take this opportunity to tell you about a new way you can impact the topics discussed on this channel. It's a new website, companymanideas.com.
Give me money.
There's a link in the description. If you go there, you can submit ideas for future episodes and vote on ideas already submitted by others. I'll be using it as a tool to help ensure that the topics that I talk about to the 2-year anniversary is this video. It was actually one of the first videos I ever created for this channel. I made it in June of 2017, and for whatever reason, never released it. I think it holds up. There's nothing outdated about the information, and I stand by all of it. So, to celebrate 2 years of the Company Man channel, here's the rare opportunity to see how the channel has evolved while watching some never-before-seen content. So, thanks again, everybody, and let's start the video with my initial first lame intro. Today, we have 2 forms of physical media. They're DVDs and Blu-rays. When you check out at the Red Box, you'll have the option of renting the DVD or the Blu-ray version of your movie. And if you want to purchase a new release, you'll buy the DVD, or if you're really into the movie, you'll buy the Blu-ray. But what you'll never see is the HD DVD. Every so often, there's a war between 2 formats. The most notable of these was around 40 years ago, between Betamax and VHS. 2 separate means of playing a video battling against each other. And it was the VHS that came out on top. Then, we all transitioned to DVDs. But when the time came to advance to the next format, again, we had 2 that wanted to be the standard, Blu-ray and HD DVD. The company behind Blu-ray is Sony, and the one behind HD DVD was Toshiba. First, let's look at why the world needed either one of these. Video quality had gotten much better.
Which is kind of ironic, because Sony, I don't even think, makes Blu-ray discs anymore.
And higher quality takes up more memory. A DVD can hold about 4.7 gigabytes, whereas an HD DVD could hold 15, and the Blu-ray can hold 25. So the idea is that they can support more memory, and therefore provide people with higher quality videos. The new formats were basically like a DVD, but in HD. That's obviously where the name HD DVD comes from. It's a high-definition digital video disc. It's a lot to say, but makes perfect sense. The name Blu-ray comes from the fact that the laser used to read the disc has a wavelength of 405 nanometers, which is a blue light. The standard DVD had a wavelength of 650 nanometers, which was red. And according to the Sony website, a blue laser allows for much higher density and hence larger storage capacity. It's all a little confusing, and that's why I think the HD DVD had a better name. The user realizes that it's an upgrade from the DVD just by hearing the name, and they don't have to be a scientist to fully understand it. Technically, the two formats were very similar. They both used that fancy blue laser and held a high capacity. The Blu-ray held a little more, but that came at a slightly higher price to produce it. There were other technical differences, but as far as the average consumer was concerned, they were practically the same. So you might think that they could both exist alongside each other and the customer could choose which one they want. Here's why that's not practical. It's the movie studios that release the movies. Sony and Toshiba provide the means for getting it to the customer, but it's these studios that own the actual rights to the movie. Some studios supported the Blu-ray and others supported the HD DVD. In order for both formats to coexist, every studio would have to support both formats, which isn't a practical idea. They would have to estimate with each release how many potential buyers own Blu-ray players and how many own HD DVD players. If they release the formats equally, they would have too many of one format and not enough of the other. And if the studios remain loyal to a certain format, the user would have to purchase a player for both formats in order to have the potential to play a movie in HD. For example, Universal Studios used to release all their movies only on HD DVD. So if you had a Blu-ray player, you'd never get to see Meet the Parents in HD. And can you really call that living if you haven't seen Meet the Parents in HD? The ideal system only allows for one format, and the Blu-ray emerged as that format. Let's look at how they did it. As I said before, Blu-ray is associated with Sony, and Sony had two assets that gave them a distinct advantage. Remember a second ago when I was talking about the movie studios? It's the movie studios that release the movies. Sony and Toshiba provide the means for getting it to the customer, but it's these studios that own the actual rights to the movie. Well, there's 6 major studios. The studios can either pledge allegiance to a certain format or remain neutral. The goal of the entire format war was to get as many of these studios on your side as possible. And once you have all 6 of them, you've won. Here's the 6 studios: 20th Century Fox, Disney, Paramount, Universal, Warner Brothers, and Columbia, which was owned by Sony. This is why Sony had an inherent advantage in the war. The entire goal was to attract 6 studios, and Sony owned one of them, which puts one of the 6 on Sony's side automatically and makes it next to impossible for the HD DVD to attain all 6. From the beginning, they were fighting an uphill battle. The two formats were released 2 months apart from each other in 2006. At the launch, this was the landscape. Blu-rays were supported by Disney, Fox, and of course Columbia. HD DVDs were supported by only Universal, and Paramount and Warner Brothers were neutral, in that they supported both. The other asset Sony was able to use to their advantage was conveniently set to be released in November of the same year: the PlayStation 3. Sony releases a new PlayStation every 6 or 7 years, and the timing for this one couldn't have worked out better. Here we have a company that's trying to put Blu-ray players in people's homes that also has a product that they know is going to sell a ton of units and also plays discs. So they did the logical thing when they decided to make the PS3 a Blu-ray player. Now, all of a sudden, the millions of people who purchased the PS3 own the Blu-ray player and were potential purchasers of Blu-ray discs. But it came at a cost. It was expensive for Sony to put this hardware in their PlayStation, so much so that they had to sell it at a much higher cost than their customers expected. It was more expensive than the Xbox 360 or a PS2 at its launch, and even with the hefty price tag, Sony was still losing money on each unit sold. It was Sony's attempt to throw a haymaker Toshiba's way. It didn't knock them out, but it hurt. Now, Microsoft was a supporter of the HD DVD and sold an add-on for the 360 that would allow the user to play them through the Xbox, but as you can imagine, the add-on didn't sell nearly as many units as the PS3. There were now many more people that owned a Blu-ray player than an HD DVD player, so it only made sense for the retailers to focus their sale efforts on the Blu-ray discs. In June of 2007, Blockbuster, who was still a big deal at the time, went exclusively to Blu-rays over HD DVDs. They had a period where they tested both formats in a select number of stores and just concluded that the Blu-ray rentals far exceeded the ones of HD DVDs, so much so that they determined it wasn't practical for them to hold on to the HD DVDs at all. The next month, Target said they would focus on Blu-ray players and discs. It seemed like the HD DVD was going to be a thing of the past, but in August of that year, Paramount, who had been neutral, decided to join HD DVD and make that their exclusive format. But when 2008 came around, things went bad very fast. On January 4th, Warner Brothers announced that they would only be releasing Blu-rays. Of the 6 major studios, this one was probably the most important because it had the biggest presence in the DVD world. This is what many people viewed as the point of no return, and it's hard to argue. Soon after, everything just seemed to unravel. Netflix, who had provided both up until this point, announced the switch to exclusively to Blu-ray, and Walmart did the same thing. Toshiba knew it was over. On February 19th, they announced they would stop making HD DVD players. And on that same day, Universal, who had been the only company to offer exclusively HD DVDs, announced they were moving to the side of the Blu-rays. This left them with only Paramount on their side, who switched over the next day. The HD DVD made a great effort, and at times it looked like they might make it, but Sony had Columbia and the PS3 on their side, and used them—
Nah, I got rid of the PS3.
Perfectly. Was it worth it to lose so much money on the PS3 sales? It's hard to say. They not only lost money on the sales, they lost some customers along the way. Some people who were loyal to PlayStation moved over to Xbox just based on the lower price, and that fact would potentially have an impact on the PS4 sales. You would have to compare the revenue earned from the Blu-ray licenses to the money lost from the PS3 units and the loss of projected sales. I'm not sure if it was worth it or not. Some support for it being not worth it is the fact that Blu-rays haven't taken off like Sony had hoped. Many thought by now they would have completely replaced the DVDs in the way that DVDs completely replaced the VHS. That transition only took a few years, and here we are 10 years later and DVDs are still the more popular medium. And I don't even want to mention how the streaming industry has impacted the sales of all physical media. I suppose I did just mention it, didn't I? Unclear if it was worth it or not, but I'll bet they expected a greater return than they've received, and may have second-guessed doing it if they knew then what they know now. The success of the Blu-ray is an interesting story of how a business could use its different divisions to its advantage. If Sony hadn't been in the film studio, DVD, and video game business, we all may be watching HD DVDs right now. But Sony used their resources to their advantage, and were able to knock out a core competitor in what was essentially a war, a media war. And the failure of the HD DVD is an interesting story of failure. It's a media format that didn't make it to the 2-year mark. They were at a disadvantage from the beginning and just kept taking punches. At a certain point, Toshiba could have gotten up at the 8 count, but knew it was over and decided to stay down. But as much as a failure this may be for Toshiba, the real losers are the people who bought the HD DVD players and the Xbox add-ons. Because they bought something that became completely useless, probably within the year. Usually the customers tend to benefit from competition, but for something like this, it just wasn't the case. The whole thing was sort of a disaster. The customer didn't benefit, Toshiba didn't benefit, and even the benefit for Sony was questionable. It shows how intense competition like this could actually be harmful. I never bought an HD
It was laying the groundwork for the death of physical media.
DVD or anything that plays them, but let me know in the comments if you did. And on the other end, let me know if you've never even heard of an HD DVD before this. I'm curious as to how popular the format.
I remember my dad bought an HD DVD thinking it was a Blu-ray, and yeah.
Format actually was. And as always,
it was not.
Let me know any other thoughts you have on anything discussed. I'd like to hear what you have to say. Thank you for watching.
And now, you know, Blu-rays are barely even a thing. Ironically, anime is like the #1 selling thing on Blu-ray nowadays. So people can get their uncensored anime. But, yeah. Let's see. VTubing enthusiasts with, I guess, if we have time. And Ricardo Comstocks of the 2. Yo, we can check it out. That's short. So, give me a second.
You know, I found out the hard way.
Uh-oh. Hold on a second. I think Brave is gonna crash.
You know, I found out the hard way the last time that I tried this.
No, not again!
And I haven't seen this done with any other sodas before. And I just don't think it's gonna be as crazy.
Hold on a second. Give me a second here. Just fucking Brave crashed. Alright, there we go. Alrighty.
You know, I found out the hard way the last time that I tried this.
No, not again!
Yeah, she
And I
broke
haven't
the
seen this done
stream,
with any
man.
other sodas before. And I just don't think it's gonna be as crazy.
Not again! No, not again!
You know.
Alrighty. So next. This is that guy that Rich hates so much. Which I can't really say I blame him, but you know.
On some of the rare and valuable games in my collection. For insurance reasons. But I never finished it due to the holidays and other important obligations. Coloring dinosaurs is very relaxing. And this music is so sublime. I wonder who the composer is and what they're up to nowadays. Since then, weird things have happened in game collecting, like the explosion of prices of sealed games. We've had an $870,000 Legend of Zelda sale, a $1.5 million Super Mario 64, a $2 million Super Mario Brothers, and more insane sales I once thought were possible. Of course, some video games were always worth big money, with some hitting the mainstream every now and then. Like to sell a couple of Nintendo World Championship game cards. Oh, wow. Yeah, I think I need to cash more right now. Yeah, sure you do, buddy. Nice shades, Maverick. But these were traditionally rare titles, not sealed versions of popular games that are stupidly common. But I'm certain that the sealed game collecting market was all legit with no funny business going on, right? Well, it turns out that some journalists, YouTubers, and dumb podcasters have detailed scummy and scammy behavior going on with market manipulators and opportunistic speculators who created a sealed video game market bubble.
We scooped the 9-2 for $600,000.
We bought this as an investment play.
This will be a
Jesus Christ, man.
$4 million someday. I'm ecstatic.
There's even a class action lawsuit happening against Wada Games, the most popular game grading service out there. In the past year or so, the sealed video game market has...
I don't know why
awesome.
you would
Thanks,
spend
nigga.
$600,000 on a sealed game. Like, it's not like a card where there's only like 10,000 copies of it total. There's like millions of copies of games.
Crashed, with some expensive games losing over 70% of their market value in less than a year. But I'm sure the speculators and investors are taking it well. 13.5. Hello! Who could have seen that coming? Nobody, except for longtime game collectors.
All right, awesome.
The actual
Thanks,
rare and
nigga.
interesting
All right.
games have mostly maintained their market value, or I've seen it increase in the past few years. So why am I completing this video now, after all this time, and finally pricing out some of the games in my collection? Well, maybe I'll tell you that later. Before I begin, I should note that the valuations you are about to see are based upon recently sold auction listings, sites like price charting, verified private sales, and my own personal appraisal in situations when there isn't much sales information. With that said, let's finally look at some of the rarest and most valuable games in my collection. I have a couple of honorable mentions of games I thought would be worth a lot more than what they are. First, some sealed TurboGrafx-16 games. In my research, I thought these would be more valuable, especially a famous title like Splatterhouse, but the speculators have yet to get their hooks into these, I suppose.
Isn't it weird that he's anti-seal? Like, why can't he just leave it alone? Why does he have to be against it?
Also, most of my complete in-box Game Boy Black and White titles aren't worth that much compared to how rare they are. Games like Universal Soldier and WCW Main Event are extremely hard to find in the box, but the last Main Event that was complete went for just $500 in an October 2022 eBay auction. If Game Boy was a more popular system to collect for, it would be worth well into the thousands. Another complete in-box Game Boy title, here is Mega Man 4. Being a Mega Man title and one that wasn't produced in great numbers, it's not a shock that this would go for several $100s complete in box. I purchased this with the other Game Boy games you just saw, and several dozen more box ones, for an embarrassingly low price on Craigslist around 2010. This is perhaps the most coveted PC Engine CD title, Ginka Fuke Densetsu Sapphire, or Sapphire for short.
What the fuck?
It's a 2D shooter with pre-rendered polygonal graphics.
Yeah, I don't know why it is, but like these like shmup titles are super pricey, man. Like, I get their low print, but it's like, damn.
It's very good, but it's tough to find, which is usually a mark of a title that will be expensive. But be sure to watch out for all the counterfeits out there. The rarest Sega Master System game in North America, James Buster Douglas Knockout Boxing. Yeah, this is the guy who beat Tyson. Released for the Sega Genesis as well, the Master System version was released when the console was just about dead in North America. Having the sometimes missing manual increases the price a fair bit. Flintstones, The Surprise at Dinosaur Peak is a solid and late NES game that wasn't made in large quantities, so it has risen in value tremendously over the past several years and has become a collector's showpiece. The label condition can really affect the price, and there are lots of repros out there. If you want to learn more about this platformer, check out the review I did years back. This could be the hardest to find complete in-box North American NES game, the Family Fun Fitness Athletic Worlds. This original version was only packed in with Bandai's Family Fun Fitness Pad, which itself did not sell well before Nintendo bought the rights and rebranded it as the Power Pad accessory, and Athletic World was repackaged and re-released separately. It's surprising that this isn't worth more, but most video game collectors are likely unaware that this earlier box variant exists. Panzer Dragoon Saga is the critically acclaimed RPG version of the popular shooter series, and one of the most sought-after Sega Saturn games. It is the second most expensive title in the North American library after Daytona USA Netlink Edition. Here's a plain old Gyromite complete in box. Or is it? Look closer. This is the extremely hard to find final print version, which is a 3-screw cart in a non-hang tab box. I came across this somewhere around 2006 in Jersey and never realized how difficult it was to find. Who doesn't love Bonk from the TurboGrafx? This CD version of Bonk 3, Bonk's Big Adventure, adds CD audio tracks and minigames, but is largely the same game as the cue card version released this same year. Speaking of that version, here it is, Bonk 3, complete in box. All these later TurboGrafx releases were not made in large amounts due to the console's waning life by then. Here's another Game Boy game I got in the same Craigslist lot as the Mega Man 4. This is a sealed...
Yeah, that's definitely worth more than $800 now.
Pokemon Gold. And if I had to gauge the condition, that would be around a 6.5 or 7 out of 10. Pokemon collecting has exploded in the past few years, so the game prices have shot up. And of course, the sealed game speculators have also contributed to this.
Isn't it weird that he's anti-seal? Like, why can't he just leave it alone? Why does he have to be against it?
Let's head back to the TurboGrafx-16 and a CD shooter, Sid Mead's Terraforming. While the PC Engine version is readily available, a very low print run in North America guaranteed crazy collectors like me would pay out the nose for it decades later. In fact, I probably overpaid versus the market value at the time just so I could complete my TurboGrafx CD collection. Mr. Gimmick. This cute platformer is one of my all-time favorite NES games. It was never released in North America, and outside of the Famicom version in Japan, it was only available in PAL format in Scandinavian countries. Since it's tough to find and an amazing game to boot, expect to pay a lot for this one.
I wonder why in Scandinavian countries specifically.
Especially if it's complete in box.
That's kind of a weird market for there to be like Western exclusivity.
Check out my old review sometime to learn more about this Sunsoft classic. What's this? A turbo game that is not a shooter? Yes, it's Legend of Hero Tonma, a magical action platformer that again was released in limited quantities in North America compared to its more ubiquitous PC Engine version. I got this in a Craigslist lot along with the boxed Bonk 3 you saw earlier back in 2010. Ah, memories. Donkey Kong Jr. Math, the only educational NES game that Nintendo published. It likely had a small print run and didn't sell well since, well, it's Donkey Kong Jr. Math. It's hard to find complete in box, so it goes for a decent amount, even in average condition. I luckily got this for a low price way before more NES collector nuts got into the hobby. Snatcher, the cult hit cyberpunk adventure game. It was released widely on Japanese platforms, but the North American Sega CD version saw a small print run. This one is worth more than the typical copy since it includes the elusive warranty registration card. Hey, I know it's dumb, but I don't make the rules. The market does. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out? Has Iron Mike knocked me silly? No, but he may have punched some speculators with money to burn. You see, when I originally shot this video, non-sealed, good condition, complete in-box copies with Tyson's letter were being sold for over $1,000 regularly, but this was probably due to the sealed copies being sold for tens of thousands of dollars. It's dropped back down to about a few hundred, so I kept this in the video just to reflect on how crazy sealed game speculation was, and still is, driven by buyers from other hobbies who aren't always knowledgeable about the games they're buying.
You have to get through all the characters, like Glassy Joe, is that his name, I think? I think so.
Super Air Zonk, another TurboGrafx CD release with a low print run. Are you sensing a pattern? This is the very fun shooter sequel to Air Zonk, which was a standard turbo chip game. Recent sales of this North American version average out to this estimate. But you can always save a bit by buying the PC Engine version. This cartridge is synonymous with high-end NES game collecting. Little Samson, a late NES title release, this excellent platformer is sought after due to its lower print run and high quality, the perfect storm to create an expensive NES game. Having the manual, as I do here, nearly doubles the value. Here lies a complete original test market Nintendo Entertainment System. The first 100,000 or so of these were rolled out to New York City and the northern New Jersey area in the fall of 1985. But what is really coveted are the first print packing games of Gyromite and Duck Hunt. I have not seen what's inside this box in 10 years or so. Okay, getting the styrofoam out is a little more difficult than I remember. There they are. Let's get them into box protectors and take a look at them. Duck Hunt has obviously been opened, but it is in very good shape. The sticker seal is mostly gone, but it's a very nice condition box. An 8.5 condition first production, non-sealed test market copy like this sold on Heritage Auctions in August 2022 for nearly $3,000. Nuts. And here's Gyromite, which is an interesting specimen. It's in excellent shape as well, but the sticker is fully intact with the lid closed shut. If this was opened up ever, whoever did it managed to do so without somehow damaging the sticker and then closing it back shut. The back hang tab, however, has been knocked out with the peg space removed. But the intact sticker closing the front lid makes this intriguing. I cannot guarantee that this is sealed, but it is in great condition either way. This is tough to price. Sealed first production Gyromites have sold between $11,000 and $43,000 at auction, and an 8.0 complete in box copy sold for almost $1,900 in August of 2022. So I'll estimate what these two cards could be sold for together, and hopefully...
Like what? I don't know, man. I don't even think that looks that appealing, personally, from like an art standpoint, but hey, to each their own.
You don't crucify me. Did you know that there were adults-only titles released for the NES? Hot Slots, Bubble Bath Babes, and Peekaboo Poker were 3 titles
Bubble Bath Babes,
published by Panesian and heavily speculated to have been carried in video rental stores. These are very rare and have always been some of the most expensive NES games, especially when complete. Yet another example of a later run TurboGrafx CD/Turbo Duo game, the number of Dynastic Hero copies produced was likely in the very low thousands. While the PC Engine version is more readily available and doesn't cost much, this North American port of Wonder Boy and Monster World will cost you a pretty penny, if you can find one. 6-in-1 by Myriad for the NES Completionist. This game is identical to Caltron's 6-in-1. I may have done a video on that one. Reportedly, Texas-based Myriad bought at least several hundred 6-in-1 carts and then repackaged them with brand new boxes and manuals. However, they simply printed and placed simple, individually numbered stickers over the original Caltron labels. These are extremely difficult to find, and very few examples have boxes and cartridges with matching serial numbers, like mine does. If you've seen my old TurboGrafx Christmas video, you may be familiar with this one. This is Magical Chase, the most sought-after TurboGrafx 16 game. An excellent shooter. This was a late release, surprise, surprise, that wasn't made in large quantities. This, combined with the gameplay quality and maybe the name, makes it highly sought-after and valuable to collectors. A complete in-box Magical Chase can fetch several thousand, but even this one missing the box is still worth a pretty penny. I was lucky to get mine before most people knew what the TurboGrafx 16 even was. Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link is a very common game, but not so much when it's sealed. This is in pretty nice shape overall, with only a small part of the cellophane missing where the price tag was removed. Ones in similar condition have been sold for between $1,000 and $2,000, but it was worth a little more a year or two ago.
Isn't it weird this anti-seal?
What's this? Another TurboGrafx horizontal shooter starring a witch? You might have to cast a spell to find this North American version.
I've heard of this one.
Like every other TurboGrafx CD game featured here, the PC Engine equivalent is available for a fraction of the price. The notorious Cheetah-Men 2, the sequel to a game from the terrible unlicensed Action 52 NES multi-cart. In the mid-90s, 1,500 carton box sets were found in a Florida warehouse by collector Mike Edler, packaged, sealed up, and sold to other collectors. I pieced mine together by opening a beat-up sealed copy and pairing the contents with a very nice box I purchased separately. Cheetah-Men 2 can sell for thousands of dollars, sealed or not. Stadium Events, the second and last NES title that was released for Bandai's Family Fun Fitness Pad. A very small amount of these were produced, with my personal estimate being that only 1,000 to 2,000 copies found their way to market. Nintendo, of course, would buy the rights, rename it World Class Track Meet, and pack it in with their rebranded Power Pad. The two games are almost identical, but one is worth a few bucks and one is worth a car. You can watch me delve into the mystery of this game in a video I produced.
The value
So that wraps up this video about my rare and valuable games. I hope this humble brag was educational. Wait a minute, there's a couple other games that I should be talking about that on the tip of my tongue. What could they be? Here is the Nintendo World Championships NES game card, used for the competition that was part of Nintendo's Powerfest 1990 tour. These cards have individually numbered labels, and at least 350 were produced according to the serial number on known copies. 90 of these were given to the competition finalists at Universal Studios Hollywood. The remaining cards either broke down, were lost, thrown out, taken by Nintendo employees, or somehow eventually found a home. There are roughly 80 of these cards still known to exist, with several being discovered still in the past few years. Mine here was traded into a local game store, number 205. NWC cards have exploded in price in the past few years, with the last two above-average condition cards selling for $69,000 and $84,000 at auction, a high-grade card selling privately for $100,000, and another high grade at auction for a whopping $180,000. My gut tells me to trust the lower sales figures a bit more, so the price estimate of mine will be closer to those to be safe. Last but probably not least, the Nintendo World Championships Gold card. Make no mistake, this is the most sought-after video game on planet Earth. The true holy grail amongst video game collectors. Likely created from cannibalized boards from numbered competition cards and Legend of Zelda cartridge shells, 26 were given away in a Nintendo Power Magazine contest held in late 1990. Only about half of the 26 are still verified to exist. My cart was purchased directly from one of the original contest winners, who didn't realize he owned something so incredibly rare and valuable until 20 years after he had won it as a child. I consider myself lucky that I own one of these, and I treasure it greatly. Now, the issue with pricing these is that they rarely come up for public sale. Private sales are hard to even verify. Historically, these were always worth much more than their gray counterparts. Being that there were about 6 times less gold cards versus gray, that could theoretically mean that the gold NWC card could be worth several times what a gray card would be worth due to its scarcity. It's difficult to know for sure since so few exist and sales almost never happen. However, I've been told by one collector that they think the gold NWC card is worth at least $200,000 because he maybe tried to buy it real cheap. And other experts I've spoken to think it's likely worth much more than that. Time will tell if one of these truly historic...
Yeah, you got to get like a fucking safety deposit box for something like that, man. Jeez.
Pieces will come for sale in a public auction to create what could potentially be a brutal bidding war. So here's my best guess at an appraisal price, about 4 to 5 times the estimated value of a gray NWC card.
You got to keep that shit locked up tight.
Perhaps in the future, we'll see how accurate this prediction is. There are more games in my collection worth $1 or $2, but that's good enough for now. Now remember, my most expensive games are all in a bank vault, so don't get any bright ideas out there. Plus, I have some home security. I'll see you next time. That's right. I haven't told you why I decided to price out these games. Well, let's just say that investing and speculating in mass-produced consumer products like video games can be very risky and very dumb. And even someone like me can make a teeny, tiny error in judgment that could maybe put me into massive amounts of debt. Worthless piece of crap. Why did someone tell me that game wasn't rare? I shouldn't have listened to all those speculators. I'm not the N64 punk. I didn't know any better. Well, I guess I'll see you next time. Can somebody please pay my electricity bill for me? Please? I wonder who the composer is and what they're up to nowadays.
Yeah, Rich and Pat hate each other. I know that. It's funny. Because politically speaking, they're on the same side. But I'm pretty sure Pat just hates how much of an e-bagger Rich is. So, brutal, dude. I think they're both Italian. Let's see. So, Trojan with a 2. If this is short, we can go and watch it. And the fucking thing's gonna crash again. Already feel it. I'm guessing this.
Okay, everybody, now you see what this is? This is a bottle of cinnamon. Cinnamon is some sort of a powder that you put into cakes and it makes them taste nice, that's fine. This is a tablespoonful of cinnamon. Now, somebody's tried to tell me that putting a full spoonful, and this is not a full spoonful, it's a tablespoonful of cinnamon in your mouth at once is impossible. And I've seen all these younger people than me who shoving this stuff in their mouth and then they're all over the place because they can't take it. Well, believe me, I've faced worse than tablespoonfuls of cinnamon during my life. People have thrown things at me all my life, and all my life I've then butted them away or taken the challenge. I'm going to take the challenge now. This is one of the fullest tablespoonfuls of cinnamon I've seen in the various challenges that I've seen recorded. Mine's going to be the best of all, and I bet you I won't even balk, okay? I won't even balk because I've been trained to take pain, okay? I've taken pain all my life. Here we go. I'm told there should be an explosive reaction. There won't be from me. I'm going to count you down. 3, 2, 1. Perhaps it wasn't such a good idea to do this. Okay, everybody, now you see what this is. This is a bottle of cinnamon.
Brutal, man. Let's see. Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. Blacks are not real people, disavow. And Jays are demons. How is that for truth? I mean, it's definitely something, man. It's definitely something. Hunter eats Hunter with the 5. Watch. Okay. Ricardo Comstocks with the 2. Bubble Bath Babies. What the fuck? Or Bubble Bath Babes. I don't have the game, man. Here, we can look it up real quick. NES Bubble Bath. See if it's on there.
Okay, there's a reason Nintendo did not want you to see in this game. They made all kinds of unlicensed games for the NES back in the late 80s, early 90s, like Bubble Bath Babes. So you just select a game like usual. And it's actually a puzzle game, and I don't know if you noticed it, but there's actually a naked lady right here on the bottom.
That's all it is.
Other than that, it's kind of like Bust a Move, that puzzle game where you have to match the colors. But yeah, you could probably see why Nintendo did not want this game getting out there in the public. They didn't want a game with a bunch of naked ladies in it. Okay, there's a reason Nintendo did not want you to see in this game.
Brutal, man. They could have done it with the Nintendo babes. Like, have Princess Peach and Daisy and, you know, all the others just sprawled out across the bottom. Missed opportunity. So it's just basically like a, you know, Connect 4 type game, I guess. Let's see. And Stomp Iranian Babies with the 2. Watch, okay. And Yogi Bear with the 10. Appreciate it, man. Griffin NTE. Neverness to Everness. What type of fucking name is that? Is out. It's free to play. Let's go. What is this? I've never... Neverness to Everness trailer. Oh, it's some weeb shit. Official release.
It's close to the sea, and there are lots of fun shops, attracting many tourists.
Oh, I think, is this the one where you can like swing around like Spiderman and shit?
It's tough to make a living in a big city.
Alright, I don't know why this thing is like fucking dying on me.
New opportunities! New opportunities!
Is this made by the Genshin Impact devs? Yeah, all these games look the exact fucking same, man. They all look the exact same.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
All right, well, that is one of the games of all time. Ricardo Comstocks at the 5. Okay, yeah, let's see. Let me think it should be.
Okay, there's a reason
It's
Nintendo
close
did not.
to the sea, and there are lots of fun shops, attracting many tourists.
Dude, I'm not on that video.
In the big city.
Dude, YouTube is like busted.
Okay, everybody, now you see what this is? This is a bottle of cinnamon. Cinnamon is some sort of a powder that you put into cakes and it makes them taste nice, that's fine. This is a tablespoonful of cinnamon. Now, somebody's tried to tell me that putting a full spoonful, and this is not a full spoonful, it's a tablespoonful of cinnamon in your mouth at once is impossible. And I've seen all these younger people than me who's shoving this stuff in their mouth and then they're all over the place because they can't take it. Well, believe me, I've faced worse than tablespoonfuls of cinnamon during my life. People have thrown things at me all my life, and all my life I've butted them away or taken
Arc Knight's Endfield? I'll look into it.
in the challenge. I'm going to take the challenge now. This is one of the fullest tablespoonfuls of cinnamon I've seen in the various challenges that I've seen recorded. Mine's going to be the best of all, and I bet you I won't even balk, okay? I won't even balk because I've been trained to take pain, okay? I've taken pain all my life. Here we go. I'm told there should be an explosive reaction. There won't be from me. I'm going to count you down. 3, 2, 1. Perhaps it wasn't such a good idea to do this. Okay, everybody, now you see what...
Perhaps. Indeed, man. It was not a good idea. Alright, so next up... Alright, we're cutting it close, so...
Something we often talk about...
Don't send anything expecting to watch it tonight, so...
When we talk about the pros and cons of the Trump presidency is how Trump has thoroughly disassembled what little faith the general public had left in media. Even older generations that seem to have been raised with this naive idea that if it wasn't true, they couldn't put it in print, are beginning to see that the press, for what they really are, promoters of narratives and fictions authored by the people that pay them, the oligarchs that own all the media. When I discussed the film The Day the Earth Stood Still in a video not that long ago, I pointed out how high the trust in media and government must have been for the storyline to even be somewhat believable. The idea that the press and the government would be open and honest with all facts concerning an alien coming from outer space just seems ridiculous today. And in fact, there are lots of films produced during this time period, immediately after World War II, that really kind of give you the sense that trust in media and the government was relatively high. But the mistake that I think a lot of people make is thinking that this trust in media and in the government has just been slowly eroding since the founding. It's just been this slow deterioration. But I don't think that was the case at all. In fact, a film released in 1939 makes it seem as if the nation was viewing the government and the press much in the same way that we view it today. It makes it seem as though maybe World War II was the event that sent patriotic propaganda that promoted trust in government and the press into overdrive, that public trust spiked after this perceived victory in World War II. And it's this point that we've been slowly but steadily falling away from. The 1939 film that I'm talking about is Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, starring Jimmy Stewart. The story of an everyday man who is selected by the ruling class to serve as a puppet for the oligarchs in Washington. A man who quickly discovers exactly how the swamp operates. The film starts with the death of a senator. The oligarchs that controlled him and his colleagues need a replacement, and quick, because they're planning to get rich off of a land deal that needs Senate approval. In brief, the oligarchs and the ruling class have anonymously acquired large plots of land, and they intend to pass a bill that will require the federal government to build a dam, which will force them to purchase this land at an obscene markup. The film makes it plain as day that while it's the governor's duty...
Yeah, a classic eminent domain scam. People used to do this back in the day with the railroads.
...to appoint a new senator that represents his constituents, he's simply a tool of the oligarchs and will appoint whoever they tell him to. Several community leaders and naive committees gather at the governor's office to give their input on who they think should represent them. But of course, the governor doesn't care what they think. It's all left up to the oligarchs in the back room. But try to think of someone who will, as they put it, perform like a trained seal. The governor is worried, however, that the people won't like the man chosen by the oligarchs, and he thinks that he'll lose re-election if he goes through with it. With this weighing heavily on his mind, the governor goes home for dinner with his family, and we see one of the first of many striking differences, despite the many similarities we'll also see, between this America in 1939 and this new America that we live in today. For starters, the governor has 8 children. The film doesn't seem to portray this as anything strange. In fact, it's not just the number of children that he has that seems wildly out of step with today, but the maturity level and even the intelligence of his children and the other children that we'll be introduced to later in the film is wildly out of step with what we would see today. His children aren't distracted by video games, pop culture, or their smartphones. They're interested in politics and have a grasp on what their father's responsibility is in appointing a new senator. These children even seem to understand that their father is being bullied by the oligarchy into choosing a puppet. And these children aren't shy about telling their father they know who really calls the shots. They tell their father that he shouldn't be weak. Essentially, they tell him he shouldn't be a cuck and pick a man that the oligarchs want, but instead should choose a local man named Jefferson Smith, who is the leader of a local boys group similar to the Boy Scouts. After being harassed and shamed by his children and called a cuck for doing what the oligarchs want, the governor decides to appoint Jefferson Smith, but not because he has suddenly decided to be noble, but because he thinks they can railroad him into going along with their plan. When the oligarchs get angry for making this appointment without their permission, he explains to them that the plan still works. Jefferson Smith will still be a puppet because he's so good and naive. He wouldn't even know that he's a puppet. They'll be able to play him like a fiddle. And what's more, he's so popular with the young people, they think it'll win them even more votes from their parents. So to much fanfare, the governor makes the announcement, and we meet Mr. Smith, who does indeed seem naive and idealistic, and well over his head. He's not entirely naive, however. We learn as he heads to Washington that Jefferson Smith has had run-ins with the oligarchy before. His father was murdered by coal mining oligarchs because he was defending a small-time miner that wouldn't give up his claim. The discussion is all very matter-of-fact. The rose-colored glasses that had been so carefully crafted during World War II by the massive propaganda machine had not yet been unleashed on the public in 1939. Despite being patriotic and naive, Mr. Smith and the audience still knows on some level how the world works. They know that it's the people with the money that make the decisions and get away with everything, including murder. All the same, Mr. Smith is still a very patriotic man. He knows the system's rigged, but he still believes in it. He's so swept up in the moment and starstruck by the monuments, he wanders away from his handlers and begins to go sightseeing. And this is where we get a taste of what that propaganda department in Washington will begin dishing out in large helpings over the next few years. To the sounds of Yankee Doodle, no less, we are treated a patriotic montage that would give Triumph of the Will a run for its money. The montage winds down in Lincoln's Temple.
It was probably directly inspired by it.
Smith eventually makes his way to his new office, and his secretary alerts his handlers that he's been found. They are all cynically amused by his story of being swept up by seeing the Capitol Dome and the Jefferson Memorial. How quaint. He's like a child that hasn't been told that there isn't any Santa Claus, telling the older kids about who his mother took him to go see at the mall. The press bribes his secretary for access to the new senator, and they come to his office and take advantage of his trusting nature. They trick him into posing for ridiculous photos and immediately run stories depicting him as some kind of crackpot. The senior senator and puppet of the oligarchs, Senator Payne, tells the secretary that he will pay her off if she keeps Smith away from all things politics, especially their land deal, and that he was brought to Washington to be a puppet, and that's exactly what he needs to be. When Smith goes to the Senate for his first day, we see another instance of people growing up much faster than they do today. The page assigned to Mr. Smith looks like he's only 11 years old. In fact, all of the pages and interns seem to be extremely young by today's standards. Another difference that sticks out is how they begin the session with a prayer. And not a prayer by some celebrity diversity faith leader, but a traditional, simple, and respectful Christian prayer. Shortly after being sworn in, Smith discovers he's been made a fool of in the papers. And this is where we see yet another huge and kind of depressing cultural difference between the men of today and the men in 1939. Smith, his honor having been insulted by the press, finds each and every reporter that made him look like a fool and punches them square in the face. They might have done away with duels in 1939, but men, it would appear, still took care of business the old-fashioned way, with no fear of ambulance-chasing lawyers. He just knocks them down one by one.
The lawyers, yo. No security cameras, no forensics.
And doesn't stop until he's physically restrained after chasing one of the reporters into the press club. He tells them they should think about being honest as much as they think about being smart, something that every so-called journalist should listen to today. The reporters ridicule him and tell him that he's just an ordinary man, not a senator, with the same smugness and contempt that mainstream journalists today have for the average man. This encounter inspires Smith to get over being starstruck and to buckle down, and to show them that he is capable of serving his constituents. He tells the senior senator, the tool of the oligarchs, what he's thinking, and this worries him. He tells him he should vote the way that he's told, and that if he wants to do something, he should maybe work on a bill for young boys in his home state. He should work on a bill that would fund the kind of boys' camp that he's always dreamed of. Now, I just want to point out here for a moment that making a national boys' camp seemed like a wholesome, normal thing to do in 1939, but that today, it would be seen as sexist and evil, and probably racist. Unless, of course, it was a national girls' camp, a national diversity camp, or, of course, a national Holocaust remembrance camp. But back in 1939, back when America still cared about young white men, Smith gets right to work. He goes to his office and he tells his cynical secretary that he wants to start writing the bill for this national boys' camp. They stay up all night and write the bill, and he presents it the next day. His plan is to have the federal government loan the money necessary to purchase the land for the national boys' camp, and then to pay the loan back with small contributions and donations from boys who can afford it that also attend the camp. Unfortunately, the land that Smith wants to use for the National Boys Camp causes problems for the oligarchs and their land deal. They know Smith is naive, but he's not stupid, so they don't want him anywhere near this deal, even if it's just to explain why he can't use the land that he wants. They manage to keep him from finding out for a little bit, but Smith knows that something isn't right, and now he's asking too many questions. News gets back to the oligarch, and once again, we see who really runs the show. Mr. Smith needs to fall in line, or he'll end up just like his father. The puppet senator that Smith thought was his friend gives him a "you can't handle the truth" type speech. He explains that this is just how things are, and this is how things are always going to be. This is capitalism. The people with the capital run the capital. They own all the papers, they own all the radio stations, they fund all the campaigns, and they own all the politicians. You see, the politicians, they're simply the legal department and the public relations department for the oligarchs, all rolled into one. Tell the people what they want to hear. Convince them that what the oligarchs are doing to benefit themselves is something that they want too. And if that doesn't work, convince them that they can't do anything to stop it. It's just inevitable. Get in the way and you'll be destroyed. That's what things were like when men like Mr. Smith existed. Men like Mr. Smith who were man enough to go knock out all the reporters that slandered them. And it sure as hell true now that the testosterone levels on average are less than half of what they were in 1939. After thinking about it, Jefferson Smith decides he's not going to play ball. So the oligarchs use their vast resources and generational wealth to destroy him. They forge documents and use their puppet officials to frame Mr. Smith for the scam that they themselves were trying to pull. They make it appear as though he secretly purchased the land under fake names so that he could jack up the price and sell it to the federal government so that he could build his boys' camp. As Saul Alinsky famously said, always accuse your opponent of what it is you're doing. It's a tactic that worked then, today, and forever. And of course, the system is corrupt. Everyone falls right in line with the oligarchs' desires, all for a chance at some generational wealth, table scraps, and meaningless titles. A tactic that worked then, today, and forever. Smith is overwhelmed and quickly realizes that he's in over his head. He's ready to resign and go home defeated. He now knows that Santa Claus isn't real. His secretary, however, who's been in Washington a long time and understands the process, offers up a plan. And this, of course, is the famous aspect of the film that most people are familiar with. Mr. Smith, before they can expel him from the Senate, decides to filibuster. In response, the oligarchy wastes no time. They contact the papers that they own. They tell them they can't report anything that's happening in Washington. They order all the radio stations to run 24/7 commentary attacking Smith. Billboards are printed and placed all over the state. You see, in 1939, there was no internet. The only information that the citizens have access to, especially in regards to what's going on in Washington, is through the oligarchy. And that's exactly how they want it again today. So while Smith is trying to filibuster, the oligarchy news agencies have his home state canvassed with fake news. They've painted him as some kind of scheming monster that's refusing to leave after being caught, trying to scam the government and the taxpayers. The only option Jefferson Smith has to reach the people in his home state is by utilizing the Boy Ranger Club and the printing press that they use for his newsletter. They get together and print out thousands of newsletters and pass them all around the state to get around the oligarchs' censorship. Not unlike the independent media of today on the internet. These boys print up and distribute the news of what's going on in Washington, but just like today, the oligarchs catch wind of what's going on. They can't allow these kids to take control of the narrative. So hired thugs assault the children and steal their papers. They smash the machine. They even murder some of the kids to keep them quiet. And again, just like in the beginning of the film, these boys are much younger than anyone you would expect to be doing these kinds of activities today. You see, this was a time before Drag Queen Story Hour, soy products, and Minecraft. Once the word gets out, the people try to rally in support of Smith.
Yeah, again, there wasn't even like a legal driving age back then. It was basically, can your feet reach the pedals?
Just like today, the local law enforcement, working with the oligarchs, turn the hoses on the citizens peacefully assembling, and they stand by and watch as the henchmen of the oligarchs attack them. The parallels are all too clear. The funny thing is, I remember my liberal leftist grade school teacher showing us this film and praising the underdog Smith and his boys, holding them up as a shining example, an inspiration of how we should behave. And I guarantee you, those same teachers are tools of the oligarchs today and condemn people like me for doing exactly that. Despite the efforts of Smith and his boys, the media blackout and the censorship has the desired effect. Thousands of telegrams demanding that this monster, the demonized Smith, stop his filibuster and take it like a man and be expelled, are delivered from his home state to the Senate floor. And Smith, having been beaten by the oligarchy, passes out and collapses on the floor. And that is where a more realistic movie would have ended. But Hollywood isn't in the business of delivering hard truths or realism, but in delivering good feelings. So with less than a minute left of the film, in what seems like a lazy way to send the audience home with faith restored in the Republic after being shown the harsh realities behind how it operates, the puppet of the oligarchs, Senator Payne, suddenly feels guilty for what he's done. He even tries to kill himself, but is stopped, and confesses to everything on the Senate floor. Patriotic music plays in the background, and everyone cheers. And the movie is over. That's literally the last minute of the film. And as far-fetched as that ending is, it does contain an unintended truth. The truth that our system is so broken and corrupt, and has been for a long time, even then in 1939, that it would take something as dramatic as that to actually hold any of the oligarchs and their cronies accountable using the system. These sociopaths who have lied, cheated, stolen, and murdered their way to their positions in the hierarchy would have to suffer a complete mental breakdown or some kind of head trauma and confess everything in front of a huge audience in dramatic fashion, which is probably why the ending credits were so hastily rolled immediately after, because if the audience were given any time to think about what they had just watched before the dopamine rush of the underdog triumph and the patriotic music had worn off, they would know how preposterous this ending was. They would know that even had these events miraculously taken place, the oligarchy would simply exile this disobedient member of the ruling class. Who knows, perhaps he might commit suicide in prison. But one thing that was true in 1939 is true as it is today. The people that run the system cannot be punished or held to account
how much
by a system
nicer DC
that they
looks
control.
back then too. Wow.
For BlackPilled, I'm Devin Stack. If you like my videos, make sure you like and subscribe. Make sure you share. If you want to support my work, you can go to Patreon.
Dude, where's all the fucking food trucks and, you know, tourists? Let's see. So, Stomp Iranian Babies with a 2. And then watch part... We'll see how we're doing on time. We're cutting it close already. Also with the 2, you think the Abos in Australia would riot if she was white? Probably not. Probably not. Zong Xena with the 5, how long you think until this channel gets taken out? Like Zoomer Historian? Well, Zoomer Historian talked about a lot more touchy subjects. Like, he specifically named the Nazis and Hitler and all that other shit constantly, so... That's a little more risque, if you know what I'm saying, so... Let's see.
PlayStation versus Xbox is arguably the biggest rivalry in video games. I don't know if any others have been quite as direct, highly publicized, or impactful. I mean, it has been referred to as a console war, and you know it must be intense if they're using the word war to describe it. In a weird way, I almost feel like I've been a part of it, because unlike most other rivalries on this scale that go way back and take place mostly behind the scenes, I've been watching this one progress almost from the beginning in the early 2000s. Another thing that makes it unique is that PlayStation and Xbox are not companies themselves, they're products, each made by a much larger company that was already well established before entering the video game market. Sony is a Japanese company that was primarily involved in electronics and entertainment before releasing the PlayStation, and Microsoft is an American company mostly concerned with computers, specifically software like the Windows operating system, before releasing the Xbox. So you can see how these companies are actually a lot different from each other, with video games being the only major area where they overlap into each other's territory. And before I say anything else, I want to acknowledge that Nintendo, of course, has been right there.
That's how people always play video games, right?
Alongside the other two, releasing consoles and games, sometimes even at a higher level. However, I think most would agree that they have been kind of doing their own thing and have not been as directly competitive as the other two. So to keep things simple for this video, I want to leave Nintendo mostly out of it as I outline what has been happening between PlayStation and Xbox from the beginning throughout 4 generations of consoles. Though, oddly enough, it was Nintendo that first got Sony involved with video games. Being an electronics company from the same country, Sony created this advanced audio chip for the SNES that sparked a friendly working relationship between the two. From there, they worked together to create a wild gaming system called the PlayStation that would play SNES cartridges and CD-ROMs. It was never officially launched to the public, and one of the few that was ever produced was later sold at an auction for over $300,000, so the Nintendo PlayStation,
probably worth a lot more now,
has become a legend in gaming. The reason it was never widely produced is because the two companies could not agree on the terms, and Nintendo was a bit disrespectful in the way they handled it. The story goes that at the last minute, right as everything was being announced, they abandoned Sony in favor of a European partner called Philips. Understandably, Sony was upset with the situation, so they ended up pushing forward with the PlayStation on their own. They released it in late 1994, initially in Japan, and from day one, it was a big success. 3-dimensional gameplay in some iconic series like Resident Evil, Gran Turismo, and Crash Bandicoot attracted millions of customers and helped it become a sensation. It only took 4 years for the PS1 to surpass the Walkman as Sony's best-selling electronics product. In total, it sold over 100 million units, and the craziest part is that the second PlayStation was even more popular. That is going to lead me into my first comparison, the PlayStation 2 versus the original Xbox. See, throughout the second half of the 1990s, while the PlayStation 1 was making its way into people's homes, Microsoft was aggressively trying to get Windows 95 and then Windows 98 into people's homes. And when Sony started developing the more powerful PlayStation 2 that was likely going to have the ability to play DVDs, it made Microsoft nervous. They were looking at it as like a computer for the living room, which is venturing into their territory, so they felt that they would be losing ground unless they got involved in it in some way. At first, they tried approaching Sony and Nintendo wanting to develop, I guess, a special version of Windows for their consoles, but they all declined. It is rumored that Microsoft then considered acquiring Sega, but ultimately ended up developing their own computer-like gaming console that ironically did not utilize Windows. It was revealed to the public on stage by Bill Gates in early 2001 and released toward the end of that year, and I have to say, Microsoft put a lot of effort into it. At the time, during an interview, Bill Gates said, "We are so committed to this thing, when we do something, we stick to it." They acquired the developer Bungie so they could have Halo Combat Evolved as a launch title. They spent $500 million marketing the Xbox in just about every way that you could imagine. I'm talking about television commercials, in-store displays, they had trailers touring the country setting up in spots with DJs where people could test the system. They gave away thousands of them through a promotion with Taco Bell. And to establish themselves in the market, they were selling the system at a loss, estimated to be as much as $100 per unit. I would say that Microsoft did as much as you could reasonably expect, but unfortunately for them, for this generation, PlayStation was simply unstoppable. The PlayStation 2 was everything people wanted at the time. It was backwards compatible for the 100 million people who had already bought PS1 games, it added a bunch of cool new titles, it had that DVD player, and it was released well over a year before the Xbox. 25 million people had already bought a PS2 before they were even able to buy an Xbox. The movie Lara Croft Tomb Raider, based on the popular PlayStation game, made over $200 million in the months leading up to the Xbox release. Even though Xbox had the incredible power of Microsoft behind it, it was always a massive underdog, and in the end, I think the numbers reflect that. In fact, nothing has ever outsold the PS2. It remains the best-selling console of all time.
Yeah, that bar needs to be a little bit lower, but whatever.
So that was a tough battle that I cannot really blame Xbox.
The Switch is going to surpass it.
For losing. For the next generation, it was the PlayStation 3 against the Xbox 360, and this right here is where Sony made some of their biggest mistakes. Going in, they had two major things going for them. Obviously the momentum from the previous two consoles and the Blu-ray. Blu-ray, as I'm sure you already know, is like a higher definition DVD format that is made by Sony. To help promote their two products, they made it so that the PS3 could play Blu-rays, which was a very attractive feature that Xbox simply could not match. They did not want to integrate the Sony product into their system, so their best answer was to separately sell an accessory that could play the competing format HD DVD, a format that was quickly discontinued, partially because the PS3 helped make the Blu-ray so popular. But aside from that, the Xbox 360 was probably the more attractive console. Xbox Live had become popular, it had exclusive titles like Gears of War and of course the Halo series that was setting sales records with the release of each sequel. Also consider the fact that the 360 was launched almost a full year before the PS3, so during that time, all the PlayStation fans were stuck on the older generation, unless they switched over to Xbox. And then even when the PS3 was finally made available, it cost a whopping $499 for the lowest 20GB model and an extra $100 for the 60GB model. Back then, customers almost expected a $299 price point. That was the price of the PS1, the PS2, the original Xbox, and the base model for the competing Xbox 360. So due to all these factors, the 360 outsold the PS3 for many years and ultimately did outsell it in North America, but on a global scale, when it was all said and done, the PS3 did sell more units than the 360 by a small margin. So setting the stage for—
Yeah, because they kept producing it for an extra 6 years, but you know.
The next generation, it was really looking like Microsoft might finally be able to come out on top, and, well, the next comparison is the PlayStation 4 versus the Xbox One, and I know the naming gets more confusing with each generation. Unlike the others, these two were released within a week of each other in North America in November of 2013. The issue here is that the Xbox team at the time seems to have had a very different vision for the console compared to what the users wanted from it. The Xbox One was initially announced as some sort of all-in-one multimedia device, where the outside features were seemingly emphasized more than the gaming aspects. It came with an HDMI input where you could plug in your cable box, and it was bundled with Kinect for voice and motion commands that turned out to be a disaster. If nothing else, it was surprising and confusing, and on top of that, they announced this digital licensing system where games had to be linked to your account, making it difficult to share them with your friends or sell them when you were done playing them. Actually, PlayStation took advantage of that opportunity by making a comedic video showing how easy it was to share their games, so Xbox did end up changing that system. It is hard to convey the extent of this without going into all the details, but I'm just going to say that Xbox had never gotten more backlash from the public. The person in charge of the department left the company in the time between the announcement and the launch, so it was clearly not the strong follow-up to the 360 that they were hoping for. I think they were also trying to limit their losses here, because they had been losing money on these consoles for over a decade now, not to mention over $1 billion that they had to spend repairing 360s that were victim to that red ring of death issue. So considering the cost of including that Kinect sensor, they set the price point at $499, $100 more than the PlayStation 4. Phil Spencer.
Which PlayStation was also gonna include the camera for an extra $100, but they changed it last minute.
The current leader of the department at Microsoft later said, "We lost the worst generation to lose in the Xbox One." Comparatively, about twice as many PS4s were sold, proving that a lot of people made that jump from Xbox to PlayStation during that time. Finally, the last comparison is between the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series S, or the upgraded Series X, this time released only a couple of days apart. Honestly, this matchup is probably less important than any of the ones before it. Phil Spencer has essentially admitted that Xbox has lost the console wars and shifted the company's strategy to value the games and their streaming platform Game Pass above everything else. See, throughout all of this, having certain games exclusive to the console has been one of the main ways to attract users. I have not talked about it too much here because it is subjective depending on which games you like, and they have mostly kept up with each other in their own ways. But we have to recognize that compared to Sony, Microsoft is a much larger and more powerful company. That is pretty much how they forced their way into the console market in the first place, and lately, Microsoft has been using that advantage to acquire various developers and publishers of video games. A few of the bigger examples would be in 2014, they paid $2.5 billion to buy the company behind Minecraft. In 2021, they paid $7.5 billion to buy ZeniMax Media, and in 2023, they paid almost $70 billion to buy Activision Blizzard. I mean, they own the rights to multiple mega franchises, and if they were to make them all exclusive to Xbox, well then yeah, Xbox would almost certainly pull ahead of PlayStation, but they have a wider focus beyond the consoles, and have even been releasing former exclusives to the PlayStation 5. Not surprisingly, the PS5 has sold considerably more units than the new Xbox series, but the console war is not exactly what it used to be. Let me know in the comments, what do you think about everything that has happened between PlayStation and Xbox, and which side have you favored over the years? Have you switched sides between generations, or have you remained loyal to one of them? I also want to ask, what do you see for the future of these consoles? Will Microsoft eventually discontinue?
They bought all that shit to reap zero benefit.
The Xbox in favor of making only the games?
They just have to sit there and run the businesses in order to make their money back.
Or to what happened to Sega, or will something happen to reignite the war and restart with a new generation? And any other thoughts you have about PlayStation or Xbox, leave them in the comments. I'd like to hear what you have to say.
It is truly the future of video games, and I'm very excited to simply be a part of it if you smell what The Rock is cooking.
Thank you for watching.
Alright, last up.
WITF-TV proudly presents the work of Central Pennsylvania artists and craftspeople offered for your consideration on Gallery 33. And now live from the auction studio and ready for your bidding in support of public broadcasting, the Gallery 33 collection. Gallery 33 turns the spotlight on this special group, which has been awarded judges' citations.
The items at this table are part of 20 works, 10 each in art and crafts, and they have been chosen from nearly 500 pieces overall to receive a special citation from our 1988 Gallery 33 judges. Now, this year's judges were, for art, Randy Ploug of State College. She's the assistant curator of the Palmer Museum at Penn State University Park Campus. And also for crafts, Donald Page of Beckley, West Virginia. He's a working craftsman, chairman of the American Crafts Enterprises, and a member of the National Endowment for the Arts Task Force on Crafts. Now, these are some of the works of our judges that our judges have selected as among the best in this year's Gallery 33 collection, and we're proud to present them. And here once again to present them is Averill Sheps, is our art auctioneer, and Larry Von Baron once again to tell you about the items here. Let's begin, if we may. We'll step back here a second and start with item number 486. This is The Future of Art in America by Brian Swords of York. The dimensions are 24.5 inches wide by 17.5 inches high. The assigned value is $50.
All right, this is a marvelous mixed media work. It's pencil, paper,
man.
there are cutouts.
So inspiring.
There are photographs involved, and of course it's a very, very witty takeoff on the future of art in America. In other words, leaving it up to the viewer to decide whether it's going to be Kunst or kitsch. It's a very delightfully funny piece, and the use of lettering, the composition itself is extremely good. It's a very fine, beautiful piece by this young man named Brian Swords.
Again, this is item number 486, the media mix, or the mixed media, I should say, titled The Future of Art in America by Brian Swords of York. The dimensions are 24.5 inches wide by 17.5 inches high. The assigned value is $50. We're looking for a minimum bid of $17. Let's start with item number 486. This was the mixed media. It's called The Future of Art in America by Brian Swords of York, 24 inches wide by 17.5 inches high. I'm happy to say it already has a $78 value. It's also one of our overbid items. They'll be receiving the nice group of items I just told you about a few seconds ago. Item number 940.
These are the high bidders for the last Area F. Item number 486, The Future of Art in America by Brian Swords. The high bid is $78 from Daniel Sowers of York. Item number 940,
Nice to see you, Susie. And Lynn Marsh, our artist friend from Shiremanstown, with us to tell you all about the very nice work here at Hamilton Bank Area T. So let's step aside and we'll let everybody see what we have to offer. This item here at Hamilton Bank Area T is number 480. It's called Alice the Rat and Her Mate by Brian Swords of York. 24.5 inches wide by 17.5 inches high. The assigned value, $50. The minimum bid, $17.
Rats are a very, very popular subject.
Who is buying this shit?
Tonight. This, I think, as I interpret it, is a collage. It's a collage. It has ink outlines. It has watercolor accents, color accents, and I think there's a touch of graphite pencil also to give it.
It's not even furry. This isn't even furry art, bro. This is just like that weird, like, you know, pseudo cartoon shit. I don't know. It's just ugly.
Some dimension. Very nice piece.
It's number 480, titled Alice the Rat and Her Mate. A great title by Brian Swords of York. Dimensions 24.5 inches wide by 17.5 inches high. The assigned value, $50. And those are the items up for bid here at Hamilton Bank.
It's like that stupid shit of like the dogs playing poker. It's like in the same vein as that, like, oh, let's put an animal doing human activities. It's so profound and it speaks to the human condition because at our core, we're just animals too.
If you see
No, it's one of those fucking bullshit, you know, shit lib talking points.
Expert. And item number 480, Alice the Rat and Her Mate by Brian Swords. The high bid is $71 from Victoria Gardner of Lebanon. Don't forget, the items you're looking at will close very soon, so call now.
Welcome back to Area W. Welcome back again, if you will, please. Evelyn Reese is our table producer, and Ann Fitzpatrick as our auctioneer. Let's begin with our first item, number 320. This is an acrylic titled Brian's Father. It is by Martin Plant. Item number 487 is titled Rat Love by Brian Swords of York. The dimensions are 17.5 inches wide by 24.5 inches high. The assigned value is $50. The bidding starts at $17.
This is really a wonderful piece. Very cartoony, but the faces on the animals are so expressive. The artist has done
Is it butt fucking it?
Series of these, and I think every one that I've seen so far is even better than the last. I just love the expression on Alice the Rat's face because she's...
Yeah, as Alice the Rat gets it shoved up... What? Do you guys think it's back or front door?
Really an ecstasy.
And this is item number 487, titled Rat Love by Brian Swords of York. The dimension 17.5 inches wide by 24.5 inches high. The assigned value is $50. The minimum acceptable bid is $17. Item number 487, Rat Love by Brian Swords of York. The dimension 17.5 inches wide by 24.5 inches high. The assigned value $50 currently has a $40 bid. Item number 783, the linoleum block print titled Birds by Julie Wineski of Dillsburg.
New Holland. Item number 487, Rat Love by Brian Swords. The high bid was $55 from an anonymous bidder in Mechanicsburg. Item number...
Why would they want to be anonymous, dude? I don't know. Alright. Just real quick, and then I got...
Item 485 is titled Intimacy by Brian Swords of York. The dimensions on this item, 24.5 inches wide, 17.5 inches high. The signed value of $50, $17 minimum.
Well, I think this is a charity auction, so I don't think it's money laundering.
Carrie?
Okay. Well, here we meet Alice the Rat once again. We saw her in a formal portrait earlier this evening. We've seen her and her friend or her mate in various guises. Now they seem to be enjoying a little time alone together. There's a pack of Lucky Strikes there on the bed. The sheets and the mattress ticking are beautifully done, apart from the...
I don't think Lucky Strike is still in business.
And the obvious campy charm of this little drawing. We also have very nice draftsmanship. The covers are done with extreme accuracy in the folds. There's a nice composition here, but of course someone is not going to buy it for the composition. People are going to buy it because of the campy appeal of the figures. Those rats really are ubiquitous tonight, and I think they're becoming very popular in the area.
And framed around will really set it off. It's item 485, Intimacy by Brian Swords of York. The dimensions 24.5 inches wide, 17.5 inches high. The signed value of $50 and a $17 minimum on the item. Our next item is item 573.
The dimensions 24.5 inches wide by 17.5 inches high. The assigned value $50. The current high bid $72.
Item 485, Intimacy by Brian Swords. The high bid is $92 from Victoria Gardner of Lebanon. Item 573.
High, the assigned value $300. Minimum bid $100. I love this next piece. He did me and Brian and Freddie Adams in a piece once. It's really outrageous. This is 481. It's titled Young Alice and the Holy Grail by Brian Swords of York. The dimensions are 24 inches wide, 18 inches high. The assigned value $50. Minimum bid is $17.
And I think we already have an overbid on this particular piece.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Which is pretty terrific. I had to go to school to learn about this particular piece. This is young, I understand it's Alice the Rat holding a box of tricks. And apparently Mr. Rogers came out on a lucky card from the box of tricks. There's a collage in the background of different cartoon characters and also figures like Captain Kangaroo. It's wonderful, playful, very cheerful. I don't understand it, but I think it's just great. And I'm sure somebody wants it very badly. It's the rat is white with a pink bow, and the background is deep black. I might add that the piece is unframed, so it would require a frame.
It's quite strange, but
very terrific.
Absolutely wonderful.
Lots of energy.
This is item 481, Young Alice and the Holy Grail by Brian Swords of York. And once again, it's 24 inches wide, 18 inches high. The assigned value is $50. Minimum bid is $17. Item number 12, item 481, the whimsical Young Alice and the Holy Grail by Brian Swords of York. It's 24 inches wide, 18 inches high. The assigned value, $50, really doesn't matter because we started with an overbid of $76. But once again, the bidding is still open.
I don't have any art in my apartment, personally. I'm not really an art fan.
Open on that. You can bid higher if you so choose. Item number 1270, the India ink drawing, Beyond by Kim.
Of Lancaster. Item number 481, Young Alice and the Holy Grail by Brian Swords. The high bid was $80 from Mr. and Mrs. Daniel Sowers of York. Item number 1270.
Now we have a new Hamilton Bank table, or Area W, with some very nice works displayed, thanks to Sue Bowser, who has helped us to arrange the items here. And Yvonne Mosbaugh is going to describe all of them to you right now. We'll stand aside and let you see the first one, beginning with number 651. It is an offset poster. Number 482 is called A Bottle of Tab by Brian Swords of York. His work has been attracting a lot of attention at the auction this year. The dimensions of this piece are 24.5 inches wide by 17.5 inches high. The assigned value is $50. The minimum bid, $17.
And I think a lot of people have been waiting for this to come up. This shows Alice the Rat with a bottle of Tab, a box of matzahs, a clock in the background showing about 4 o'clock, and whether this is AM or PM is left to our imagination. The little television set here showing late night or perhaps early afternoon reruns of old cop dramas. It's a wonderfully whimsical cartoon painting, drawing. It uses a lot of techniques in it. I think really this speaks for itself. It is absolutely delightful.
A bottle of Tab, a box of matzahs, and thou, or thee. This is number 482. It's called A Bottle of Tab by Brian Swords of York. It's 24.5 inches by 17.5 inches. The assigned value, $50. Minimum bid, $17. Number 131 is a $33. We can do much, much better. That's not even a full third of the way there. Number 482 is called A Bottle of Tab by Brian Swords of York. It's 24.5 inches wide by 17.5 inches high. The assigned value is $50, and the current bid is $80. $30 above the assigned value. We'd like to see it go even higher. Number 131 is a watercolor title.
There in York. Item number 482, A Bottle of Tab by Brian Swords. The high bid was $150 from Kimberly Clayton of Harrisburg. And item number 131.
$5, and the minimum bid is $25. Number 484 is entitled Aftermath by Brian Swords of York. And the dimensions are 24.5 inches by 17.5 inches. The assigned value is $50. The minimum bid is $17.
This is the last Alice the Rat for this year, I'm afraid.
So.
For all the people who have been fighting over the other ones, you better bid high and bid fast, because poor Alice, this is her farewell for now. This fellow does such wonderful work with these animals that they're so expressive and so well drawn. I think this one is, every one I see, I say this is the best one yet, but I think this one's really great. A little bit of color down in the beer can, a little bit of color in the ears and the noses and Alice's hair bow, but just look at the expression on the faces. These are great.
This is number 484. It's called Aftermath by Brian Swords of York.
Connect 200 with the 2. The market overreacts over nothing. What a joke. And like, in what regard? What is the overreaction over this time?
The dimensions are 24.5 inches by 17.5 inches. The assigned value is $50. The minimum bid is $17. And this, as far as I know, as you said, is the last of the Brian Swords work for the auction on 33 for 1988. So if you're interested, you better bid high right now. The next item is number 484. It is called Aftermath by Brian Swords of York. 24.5 inches by 17.5 inches. The assigned value is $50. And look at that. We have a bid of $125. Tempted to make a comment about, but I won't. Number 461 is the
high bid was $127 from Joseph Kunkel of Lidditz. Item number 484, Aftermath by Brian Swords. The high bid was $136 from Kimberly Clayton of Harrisburg. And item number 461, an acrylic titled Early Winter Morning by Vivian Rode. The high bid was $81 from Lloyd McCord of Marysville. And those were the high bids from the last Area F.
Yeah, but I meant you bid 115. Yeah, because I thought it was.
There we go. Are you upset you didn't get any, Schizo? Did you want some original Brian Swords art? Connect 200 with the 2. A U.S. hit got hit by Iran. Supposedly no proof yet. Nah. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a big deal. But I'm sure it'll be breaking news for the unemployed. You might buy them. Well, have it be a gift to me, as in you keep them for yourself. So, anyway, I gotta go. I gotta get on to work and shit. Plus, I gotta go to the post office, so I gotta pack up some stuff. But anyway, have a wonderful Monday, everybody. And I will talk to everyone later. Peace out, guys.